work as a follow-up to that. And it's being mainstream across African countries. Without much further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Abi Kedir to chair the next session. Dr. Abi Kedir is the Director of Research at ARC. Welcome, Abi.
Thank you, Scholar. My job is very easy. I'm moderating the session, but maybe let me reflect a little bit about data and also my own experience with using data. As an economist, since I left for my postgraduate studies to the UK in the School of Economics at the University of Nottingham, I have been using individual data, household level data, firm level data, and country level data. The first thing that I encountered when I was doing my PhD was a data access issue. When we were applying for accessing the Ethiopian Urban Household Survey, my own department told me that, oh, you should be a member of the department to access the household survey. Luckily, I was coordinating the Ethiopian Urban Household Survey for 1994. But since then, the data collection continued to 1995, 1997, 2000, 2004 and 2009. So we have a panel data. On the rural side, we had 18 villages, super exciting household survey, collected by the Center for the Study of African Economies of Oxford. Stefan Durkan, Pramila Krishnan being at the forefront of organizing the questionnaire development and so on. If you want to access the Ethiopian Rural Household Survey, you will not get the latest version, but the old versions are on the website of the Center for the Study of African Economies. So data access is a very big issue even as we speak. And if you add the complications that come with digitization, big data, as Scholar has also highlighted, we have not only access issues, but the use of data, the distribution of data, and also the governance of data. In the past, we used to say, okay, this is my own survey data. But now, satellite technology and other AI machine learning techniques help you to gather the information without really going through the central statistical authorities and also governing entities like the Department of Economics, where I used to teach 30 years ago. Therefore, I think we have a lot of nitty-gritty to go through, not necessarily in this workshop, but going forward in the 21st century. We have a lot of fragmentation of data governance, and we have, I think, the perfect platform to discuss it. Just before I invite the Executive Director to give an opening remark, I would like to thank my team, spearheaded by Scholar, in organizing this workshop, and the big team, Natalie, Sylvia, Maureen, Gerard, and Pamela, Wilma, and Mark as well. So this is a big team behind this organization. Thank you very much. But now I think, as I said, my job is very, very simple. I sit and listen before even making my own presentation later in the afternoon, especially on the back of discussing the critical side of the World Development Report 2021, Data for Better Lives. So it will be my privilege to say I welcome Victor to give an opening remark before we go into the details of the workshop. Thank you.
Greetings from the ERC, and good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to be here to welcome you to the ERC. We are delighted that you could be able to join us in spite of the competing needs on your time every day, that you could be able to spare the time and be with us on talking about data governance and the implications of data governance. This is very timely because I can see quite a number of people here I've met before. Some I have not had the fortune to meet them. But also, let me also, in particular, welcome Professor Isaac Atias. This is global name recognition. Going way back many years ago, when I met him through the work, not in person, but through the work he was doing with the Patrick Conahan on intersectoral financial flows based on the flow of funds framework, something that was actually changing the way data is being used to understand what is happening in sectors and the way sectors are linked to be able to understand the global economy. And building on that for many years, I've been working on asset demand equations in the financial economics, but more or less borrowing the framework that he started with Patrick. So great pleasure to see you all, and of course to see you, Isaac. And this workshop is very timely. It's timely in three main respects. The first one is that we at the ERC are transitioning. We are transitioning from our current strategic plan, which is has been 2020 to 2025, 5 years. This ends in March 25, and we embark not on a 5-year strategic plan, but on a 10-year strategic plan to run 2025 to 2035. That means we're going to have revolutions in three main respects in the way we do our research. Basing on ERC becoming the locus of research excellence in economics in Africa. And that means, of course, relying on data. Also, the transformation of training, which will also be on best methods of using data generation from processes, and also in training, especially incorporating not only the traditional training for receiving master's and PhD degrees, but also in continuous professional development of being able to enhance the training aspects of all individuals, whether public policy or private sector engagement. So it is very timely that we talk about the data. But it's also timely because data analytics have been transformed since I was a graduate student. From the time when we were just maybe relying on survey data, at the time, introduction of ways of being able, softwares, the generation of competing softwares for data for processing data. From the time when time series data advanced into the introduction of co-integration, unit root analysis, and all that kind. And then, of course, the departure into the use of panel data and the work that Manuel Delano and others and Stephen Bond at Oxford have. So there has been a lot of not only changing the way we treat data, but also with the methodologies being used to analyze data, to be able to understand the phenomenon, generate evidence, inform policy and practice. But of course, that is an ongoing transformation now that we are going into methods of, say, artificial intelligence and machine learning to be able to actually be able to deal with the intricacies of the rate at which new data is being generated. So this is very, very, very timely. But the third concept of being timely is the fact that this meeting today is looking at institutional structure. Institutions have become very important. Only 2 weeks ago, the Nobel Prize was announced for Rannon Asemagro and James Robinson, who's been working with us with the RRC and especially relying on the institution, the role of the institution to play. So there's a data context of institutional and governance. And so we, in many ways, not only looking at this issue, but celebrating what is happening and trying to think of a way of which we can go forward and contribute the analysis. The ERC remains, with your support, with your involvement, the locus of the work to happen. The new evidence, new perspectives, new policies, including the management of the governance of data. So it's against that background that I feel delighted to welcome you here, and also the pleasure of declaring this workshop open. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have a slight change in the agenda because we will not have the keynote speaker with us, unfortunately, due to other commitments. So we will directly go to the sessions. Just to add maybe one item that I forgot when I was making remarks about data. We had a discussion last week at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa on digitization. And the topics we discussed include like e-government, e-commerce, a lot of data in educational institutions, in health institutions, and also all our digital fingerprints in mobile money transactions, how we manage that. I don't think we have the answers, but I think it is a beginning of a very exciting discussion along those lines. So the urbanization report and the status of our urbanization in Africa is focusing basically on the topic that we are about to discuss today. So I think we will hand over to Scholar, and you run the sessions.
Thank you very much, Abby and Victor, for such insightful opening session. I'd like to recognize the presence of those who are online. We have a webinar, and the proceedings are being streamed live in YouTube. So we are grateful for you joining us online today. I'm going to the next session, and the chair of the session is Abby, and we'll have a synthesis paper presented by Professor Isaac Atias and Miriam Omolo on the project, giving a synthesis of the 8 papers in the project. After the presentation, we will be able to, just as we go out for the coffee break, we'll be having a photo session. Thank you very much. Welcome, Isaac.
Good morning. My name is Isaac Atias. I'm an economist. I used to be with Sabancı University for more than 20 years, where I taught mostly on microeconomic stuff, industrial organization and regulation. I'm very glad and honored to be here. This is, as indeed has already been emphasized, this is an incredibly important topic, and it's going to be even more important as we get along over the next 5, 10, 20 years. And it's a topic which can make it or can break it. That's so it's important to start getting ready for what is already happening and what is going to happen over the next 5, 10 years. And it's not just for Africa, and it's just for the global South. It's even a huge challenge for rich countries as well. Just follow the Nobel Prize winner Daron Acemoğlu over what he's saying about prospects for AI. So the challenges are big, not just for the Global South, but it's even larger, but it's even more relevant and urgent for, I think, for the Global South. So let's see. Maybe I should. Let me get my. Ah, you know, I can see it here. I'm so sorry. Okay, that's good. All right. So, let me start. This is a joint paper with Miriam Omolo, and it's just a synthesis of what has been done in the project. So, even though we both kind of wrote the paper to present a synthesis and a summary, the intellectual work belongs to everybody that was involved in the project. So let me see. I have to do it like this. Yes, okay. So the purpose of the project was specified as to benchmark Africa against best practice in data governance in order to identify institutional structures for data policy and governance frameworks that can be domesticated across sub-Saharan African countries. And it builds on a project that was already completed by AERC, which we can call, I think, the phase 1 on data governance, consisting of what they called scoping studies on the state of governance in Africa. So it builds on some intellectual work that was already established, and the research questions of the current project were kind of distilled from this earlier project that was completed a year or two ago. In the project, we have 8 papers, and we have classified those 8 papers into 3 categories. Okay? The first category of papers are aspects of existing and emerging rules guiding data governance in the African context. So the 4 papers in this little group, one belongs to Abi Kedir on the political economy of data governance. Another belongs to Farakane and her co-authors on overview of recent trends in regulatory policies on cross-border data flows. There's another paper by Homani and Nube, which examines issues of interoperability standards in the African context on data governance. And the last one by Miriam Omolo on the African digital single market. So those were the 4 papers in the first group. Sorry, I have to do like this. Okay. Then we had a second group of papers, which we can see as applications to generate data frameworks to guide better policy making, both at the country level and at the company level, and data frameworks that would help us assess where a country or a company stands in the kind of data production and dissemination and monetization value chains. Okay? The first one is by Karuri, Sabina, and Sumoni, which is about an indicator framework that captures a country's capacities along the data economic value chain. It's a novel approach to looking at indicators of digitalization and digital economics. Okay? And another one by Olowokere on measuring and reporting framework to compute an ESG index and apply the index to a panel of 150 companies listed in the Nigerian exchange. Okay? And the last one, the last group, focuses on government's capacity to collect, organize, and use data for data-driven policy. So we have 2 papers there. One by Nicham, that looks at the dynamic relation between statistical capacity and governance capacity in sub-Saharan African countries. And the other one by Ohamadike, Desai, and Dube, which explore the relation between the degree of expansiveness of data governance framework in individual countries and the country's capacity for data-driven policy. In the afternoon, we will have the opportunity to listen directly to the presentations of these papers. A little background on the characteristics of data and data value chains in order to understand why we need a governance framework for data. Data can be considered as a club good. Economists call it a club good. Why? Because it's non-rival. When I consume some data, the amount of remaining data does not diminish, so it has a non-rivalness characteristic. But it's also at the same time excludable. I can exclude other users of data from accessing data through law or through technology or through both. Okay? So that already puts an interesting picture in front of us. It's non-rival, so it would pay from a social point of view for more people to be able to use the data. Since it's non-rival, it's an input that is provided at zero marginal cost. Okay, but at the same time it's excludable, so we can immediately start thinking that, oh, there may be some important issues of power, political economy, on who can control data and who cannot control data. Second, the value of data, they call it relational. This is from the UNCTAD report. They call it relational. What does that mean? It means that individual pieces of data are not of high value. Data becomes more valuable as you put it together with other data, and then you can start processing it for various purposes, aggregated and processed. Then we can think of the value chain. It's an important insight to think about the data value chain. It makes sense. It's data acquisition and generation, the first step. Data processing, data storage, data processing, and data analysis. Sometimes that's called data modeling, and the creation of digital intelligence. Digital intelligence is the term used to address to that type of data that already creates value and benefits, either in the form of profits or in the form of social value. And it is, in the private sector, it is generally associated with data monetization. Okay? Now, a slightly deeper insight into data generation and acquisition. How is data generated? The UNCTAD report talks about two general ways of generating data. One is volunteered. When you buy something online, you volunteer your information about yourself, maybe about your credit card, maybe about where you live, etc. Okay? So that's volunteered data. But it turns out a lot of data that lies around is not actually volunteered data. A lot of data is what they call observed data, which is data that is captured or extracted during applications. Okay? Sometimes without even our knowledge. We are not even aware of the fact that we are giving this data to the application that we're using at that moment. Okay? And it turns out a lot of data lying around is this kind of observed data. I did something. Okay, good. Okay. So data being what it is, it creates a lot of opportunities and challenges. Okay, what are the opportunities? Well, there are lots of social and economic opportunities. There is tremendous opportunities for value creation, for profit creation, if we're talking about the private sector. Okay. More specifically in the African context, there is a huge opportunity with respect to the AFCFTA, people talk about 4 trillion in spending and investments. This is from Miriam's paper, okay? And there's the opportunity of development of interoperable platforms that facilitates data exchange between diverse systems, okay? Integration of technological landscapes. Interestingly, you can immediately think of health systems, for example, tremendous opportunities to aggregate data in an interoperable manner so that we can learn important health insights from other countries, other regions, etc. Okay? And, of course, improvement in public service delivery to technological innovation and widespread diffusion. Okay? But there are very important challenges as well. And some challenges are economic, some challenges we can say are perhaps social and political. Okay, what are the most important? Of course, data is very complicated. Here we are trying to capture those aspects that are more relevant for the papers that have been undertaken in this project. Okay, we don't claim extreme comprehensiveness here. It's a really complicated. But as far as this project goes, what is some of the economic challenges? Well, the first economic challenge has to do with the fact that those who provide the data often don't have any control of it. And which means those who provide the data often don't have any share in the value created through this data. So there's a huge distributional concern that we should think about. That's number one. The second aspect has to do with the fact that there are very strong incentives, especially if you think of large platforms. There are very strong incentives for monopolization and abuse of dominant position. Why? Because of network externalities, because of first mover advantages, things that we know as economists from industrial organization and competition economics, and we already see this globally. We already see attempts by competition authorities to challenge these abuse of dominant position in the US, in Europe, in South Africa, in many other countries. Okay? There's a big discussion about whether current form of competition law is sufficient to address these challenges, but there's a huge monopolization challenge, which is very important. Okay? And this business about distributional aspect of the fact that those who provide the data don't have any control is not only related to platforms. Think about digitization in agriculture, which is very important in Africa, and I understand in Kenya as well. Okay? It could be that those who provide the data don't have any control on it. It's not big platforms that use it, but other types of companies that use the data, and they may end up coming back and selling the processed output of that data to the people who have used it. So it's a very important issue that are being discussed at the moment on what the data ownership means, how can we ensure data transferability between different operators, etc. Okay? Then, social challenges, the right to privacy can be violated. This is what data protection and privacy laws are about. Okay, very important. And cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, both from a personal point of view, from a national point of view, cybersecurity is both a matter of personal security, but also a matter of security of communities and countries as well. So there are big challenges. There are big challenges that need to be addressed. Okay. And so there is a multitude of ways that countries and international bodies and communities have tried to address these challenges. Okay? We have put here, and in our synthesis paper, some examples, some prominent examples, both from international experience and, of course, in the African context as well. With respect to the international experience, of course, the most important, people talk about the Brussels effect, but I think it is correct to say that one of the most important pieces of legislation that has guided countries and thinkers in this area is the General Data Protection Regulation of the European Union. It has been an example of many data protection legislations across the world. It recognizes a right to privacy. It recognizes several rights to providers of personal data. It concentrates on personal data. Several rights to providers of personal data, and it's seen as an important benchmark in the African context as well. And my understanding is that the Malabo Convention, for example, is very much inspired. Some elements of the Malabo Convention is very much inspired by the GDPR. But this was not it only. This was coupled with additional efforts. Okay, an important effort was the Digital Markets Act, which takes a regulatory approach to competition issues. It identifies gatekeeper companies, huge tech companies, and it puts obligations on them, and restrictions and obligations on them. So that's an important piece of legislation. It is also followed by the Digital Services Act. The Digital Services Act focuses on illegal content and transparent advertising, something that we have not yet focused in our project, but it's an important, for example, we have not also focused on political misinformation, which we understand now it's a big issue. So just examples of different aspects. Okay, there are others as well, which there's the Digital Act, there's the Data Act, Data Governance Act, Interoperability Act, all from the EU. So as you can see, it's a big thing. It's really a big thing. Now, in the context of Sub-Saharan Africa, the Malabo Convention was already discussed in detail in the previous round of this project in phase 1. Okay, it again identifies privacy as a significant right, and it identifies several rights of data providers and proposes a regulatory structure to protect data. Talks about a data authority, data regulator, and it has come into force when the 15th country the digital transformation strategy, and again the AU's data policy framework. They both build on the Malabo Convention. The DTS specifically mentions call countries to adopt legislation in line with the Malabo Convention. Okay. The ADU DPF provides a very general, it's a long document, 84 pages. It provides a general framework for data governance in the African context, calls for collaboration, calls for installation of regulators, data regulators, etc. So there has been some important movements, and also the African Continental Free Trade Area is a very important legislative initiative that provides a context for data governance, the last two were not so much, but they are addressed in several papers in the current project. Let me stop here and please invite Miriam. You want me to continue? Okay, you can continue. So what you do is,
this.
But you have to aim at the computer on that table.
Okay.
Nice
And
to see
then,
you.
thank you. So,
It's over there.
okay.
So which computer, which
on that. So if you do this, for example.
Which particular computer should I aim at? Which computer?
Point it there. It's any back.
Any.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Professor Isaac. I will continue now on highlighting the key findings. And here what we are giving is the punchlines. Basically, because there were several framework papers, and we tried to lump them up together where we had some commonalities. So there were papers that looked at the rules and some of the emerging data governance issues. There are so many sectors, there are so many players, and inclusivity is very important because you're talking about central banks, you're talking about ministries of transport, you're talking about private sector players. So inclusivity is very important that all stakeholders participate when it comes to data governance. We cannot talk of a one-size-fits-all because we know very well that there are different needs, countries have different backgrounds, and countries also have different functional contexts. So it has to be tailored towards each country's needs. That is very important. And then we realize that as we are talking about these agreements, if you want to know that these rules are working, do we have marketplaces? Do we have e-platforms? There are quite few. So we still need to look at this data policy framework and to see how we can improve the data governance framework so that we can have more marketplaces. That is actually the outcome of all the policy data governance work that is being done. Then when you also have adaptive regulatory frameworks that provide a foundation for harmonizing all these agreements and also the diverse platforms is very important. Then it can also help in data-oriented policy making because one thing we know is that, and most of you here are researchers, if you're in the policy making, policy research and working closely with government institutions, decisions are made before you even give your recommendations, largely because of time and sometimes also the resources to use the data, to get the data to be used. So it's very important that first thing, we also have a more expansive data framework that can be used for decision making. And when digitalization is included, it becomes faster because information can be shared very quickly. Then many countries are also experiencing a lot of tensions between, can I call it data sovereignty and economic development, so that you actually have a battle. You know, when you're in the regional integration arena, there's a way you are foregoing your powers to a supranational body. So the African Union or within the protocols where agreements have been made. But you also need your own security, you need your own control. So these are very important aspects that need to be looked into. How do you balance that trade-off? Then we also looked at applications to generate data framework for better policy making, a value chain approach economy. And this is much, much better because when you take a data value chain approach, you will not be working in silos. It helps or solves the problem of silos so that information is shared within a data value chain, and this even improves efficiency in decision making. We also talked about inclusivity as well, still very important, and also incorporating ESG. One of the papers really did a very good analysis of companies, around 150 companies in Nigeria, on economic social governance, and incorporating these operations in the data governance framework is very important. And because sometimes you'll find that in the infrastructure sector, for example, you might put in a lot of resources, but having serious effects, or the operations have serious economic effects, have serious social effects. If these are not put in the governance, the data governance framework, then we'll be having a lot of social issues and even unrest in the long run. So these are very important factors that need to be considered. And then also government's capacity to collect data. It's very important, but also when you want to talk about effective governance, we found that statistical capacity is very important. Where you have fragile states, for example, and they are not able to collect good data, it followed that they cannot make very important decisions. And there is also some causal relationship between governance effectiveness and statistical capacity and internet use, connectivity. Connectivity in Africa is low but growing. So as long as you don't improve that infrastructure to improve access, there will be a problem with statistical capacity, and this is an area that needs to be improved. And then also ESG operations, as I've already said, are also important to optimize the quality of data that is being used for decision making. There were also risks, which are also already coming out in the papers. Now, we talked about this globalization. As long as you're opening up your borders, as long as you're taking part in regional integration, you have globalization taking place. And therefore, there is more competition, and this can even worsen the inequalities. And one of the things we saw is that South Africa is actually very much ahead in terms of data governance, having the highest e-marketplaces, and also Tunisia. And they wrote a report to the WTO of some of the challenges they face. You want to be competing with big engines like Google's, or if you go to the hotel, most of you, I believe, have used Booking.com. So that when you do a search engine, they already have some, I think, agreements behind the scenes that you find that these are the first search engines that come. So if you're doing a booking, like today, most of you came, I believe AERC already did the booking for you, but suppose you are doing it yourself. You're likely, if you're looking for hotels, the first ones that will come are the likes like Booking.com, Expedia, and the likes, but not the companies or not the sites within Africa. And then there's also a lot of, they are able to access venture capital, which most of the African companies are not able to. So this can really drive inequality. In essence, we'll be digitalizing the inequalities that we're already seeing in the current trade negotiations and processes. So we really need to look into that. Again, localization of data also came out in several papers. Can we talk about the ability to actually lose some of your sovereignty, data sovereignty, so that your citizens, their data can be accessed at a higher level? That brings a lot of discomfort and remains a big challenge to most African countries. And also, as Professor Isaac has already talked about, some of these, because of the nature of data or information, there is very little control to the users. And then when you actually provide, when you bring in models that do not actually provide privacy and personal data protection, it may also result in a lot of inability to use that data in an inclusive manner. Because of the power games that we've seen, and also because of the nature of the data, the sensitivity, it can be used, but in a manner that is not inclusive. So the bigwigs, the tough people, the ones who have the machineries, the ones who have all the techs, will end up benefiting. And this is still a major problem. So what are some of the recommendations we are giving? There are quite a lot in terms of connectivity and access. We need to increase internet coverage and also make it very affordable. And then supporting digital applications that are suitable using the existing skills and language within this, the sub-Saharan African context. Also, digitalization of trade must be accompanied with infrastructure support, particularly for communication. And this could include roads, which are already there. Traditionally, people thought that roads is where there's a lot of activity. But if you look at the dynamics of even laying a fiber optics cable, one, it is very expensive, requires a lot of planning and technical expertise. So these are areas that can be worked on. And then it is important to expedite the domestication of the Malabo Convention. This is as a first step towards adoption of the comprehensive elements in that agreement. Reason being, we saw that during the review or the synthesis, that very few countries have actually ratified or domesticated. So this is a very good first step towards that commitment, because it will help with harmonization at the regional level. And then rules must also be sensitive to the digital divides, issues of equity, data sovereignty, and it requires a lot of discussions. In fact, when we are doing these syntheses and looking at a case study of the East African community, it requires a lot of stakeholder consultations. Basically, you have to get everyone in each sector to participate. It requires resources, it requires financial and time resources. Then prioritizing the development of data governance structures and mechanisms that can facilitate data-driven policy making, so that policy making is not just done by the technical experts without evidence. Then regional integration and negotiation and harmonization. Now, if you look at the AFCFTA, for example, you find that the opportunities that come will only come if we harmonize our policies. Care should also be taken when that digitalization does not result in a lot of inequality where big companies are the ones taking advantage. And then also there is need to also look at Africa-wide collaboration that is necessary between African countries, because once you're able to collaborate, there is more competition that you can even face the competition as a bloc or even as an individual within the trading framework of the AFCFTA. I call the AFCFTA the new kid on the block because there's a lot of interest currently. And then data protection and interoperability. Here, there were a lot of interesting findings, and I would really encourage you to listen to the different presenters. So when you actually harmonize data protection and provide privacy policies, it will remove that pressure from government to engage in strict localization requirements. So that in as much as we want to delegate sovereignty of privacy or data control to the supranational institutions, like in this case maybe the AU or under the AFCFTA, governments are not struggling with that decision because they know that frameworks actually exist. And also encouraging interoperable standards. This can only work once you've harmonized all your policies, and the digital trade protocol is actually really emphasizing on that. You can work with the partners in the private sector as well. Then still continuing on this, because here there were a lot of issues. When you talk about protection and interoperability, this is where now we are talking about implementation. So collaborative development of data systems that can guarantee usability and also applicability is very important. capacity strengthening for data professionals and stakeholders, because you can have all the best systems, but if those people who are managing those platforms are not competent, it will not work. And this is not just short-term capacity building that you do short courses. This should be ingrained in the systems of the education, the curriculums and the syllabuses that are taught at all levels of education. Also, creating a secure and accountable data sharing frameworks, because you see, and I'll give an example of like our country, where first of all, you can actually go and use your phone, M-Pesa, to make payment. And then before long, because you made payment, the person you made payment to, the business, they start sending you ads. I don't think that should actually be allowed without your consent. Bringing in the question that was actually talked about, where you are a user, you've brought your data, but you don't have control of how it's used. That is very important. Also, interoperability is also, as I've said, very important, and it should involve communities and be beneficial, especially those who are marginalized. For us who are in the cities, we are aware of these things. How about those in the rural, those who are marginalized? Then we bring in the gender divide, male versus female, or people with disabilities, or just the small communities that are left at the periphery of development. Also, you can improve statistical capacity through implementation of more reforms, operational autonomy, and budget allocations. One thing I always say is that if you want to know your level of commitment as a country, look at how much money is put in the budget. And that is why, for those of you, if you ever watch these mafia movies, if you want to catch a mafia boss, just catch his bookkeeper, because that's where you'll see where the money is going. So same principle applies here. Where the money is put, look at the books. Where is the money taken? We should be advocating for digitalization and data governance. So these are the key recommendations that we would be giving, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. As you have seen, this is a broad church. A lot of issues have been covered. Thank you very much for Isaac and Miriam for this, and I will lead the discussion for the next 20 minutes. Just before that, I think just to look into this issue, Victor and colleagues just flew from Tanzania, and they were covering digital financial services and interoperability. In some of the sessions that I followed digitally because I was here, I found out how the different operators like Safaricom and other companies play games. Yeah, even if interoperability is there, in principle we are discussing strategy and governance, but on the ground there are a lot of games. And look at also the broader issues of I/O, in economics of information that Isaac mentioned. Look at Google. Google actually was fined 2 days ago, multi-million pounds worth of fines because they were systematically hiding some data of small companies. Yeah, so that is a very important issue. So we can really populate our discussions with some examples to really make them come into life. Let me highlight the following, especially in the discussions. It will be important to focus on issues of economic development behind it. For instance, when it comes to digital divide, both Miriam and Isaac were mentioning about inequality. So there will be a digital divide between urban and rural areas within countries, and there will be a digital divide between countries and across countries globally. Therefore, is digitization going to exacerbate or improve long-standing existing thorny problems or likely intractable economic problems like poverty and inequality? So these are important issues for research, for looking into the future, for instance, for deeper analysis. You mentioned a lot of issues on cybersecurity and so on. Let me just make one remark with regards to AI. I did my living just by analyzing different data sets using econometric models, as most of you, as economists. What we usually do, especially on the discrete choice modeling and also probabilistic modeling, is just to predict the probability of someone paying his or her debt, to profile that person, whether he or she is capable of repaying you if you give her or him a loan. So we do a lot of credit scoring just by developing a likelihood model, which is fed different variables, profiling you or picking your socioeconomic characteristics and giving you a credit score. My first postdoctoral research work at the Center for Credit and Experience at the University of Nottingham was to do just these probabilistic models. But there are a lot of biases that we put into those models when we profile individuals for credit scoring. You may go and want to borrow money for buying a house. You will be denied because your credit scoring, they tell you we have an aggregate figure, you are below a threshold. And usually you can. But you can't because of the AI technology. And there is also a lot of profiling. For instance, if I walk in the streets of London and if somebody who is very similar to me in terms of facial structure, who committed a crime, he will be profiled because of the existing surveillance cameras. My younger brother was profiled because he had a dread and he was put in prison. So yeah, we have a lot of live examples that we can relate. I think in terms of the theoretical foundation and the rigorous conceptual framework that anchors our analysis, relational theory of data governance and the IO literature is relevant. So let me not turn this into my opening remark or my own presentation. Therefore, I'll open this for discussion. So please feel free to give us your comments, questions, and or also your views. Okay, anyone? Okay, please.
Yeah, my name is Adeyemi Ideji. I'm from Lagos, Nigeria. I work with the Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment. I just want to draw our attention to, one of the issues that was raised, why the presentation was, going on. It has to do with the fact that in data governance, especially as it relates to Africa, the issue of monopolistic tendency in terms of big corporation, delving into data privacy within the African space has to be taken cognizance of. Because if we are talking about data integrity and data privacy, I think we need to have a sort of control. Even though we are the end users, even though the data subjects, right, doesn't really pay much attention. Attention in the sense that we talk about volunteer data information. Volunteer data information, a situation whereby you volunteer to give your information and your data on a particular transaction. And at the end of the day, your data is being used for another purpose. And the corporation or the agency that is responsible for initiating this, at the end of the day, we just pay the fine. So what my question now is, what are the regional organization or body like this are doing to stem that action in eliminating or reducing that trend, especially within the African context? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Victor?
Yes, thank you. Let me first congratulate the presenters for this paper. The synthesis was very comprehensive and very educative. And I reminisce to think that since phase 1 gave the wonderful introduction last year, and this phase 2 that covered these 8 papers, I'm starting to think ahead what will be phase 3 focusing on. Maybe identifying some of the issues that may be covered here, some of the gaps that could be covered in the next phase going ahead. Maybe some aspects of policy transition to the digital era that we are moving into. What should be the new policy challenges? And maybe by the end of the day, you may have generated other ideas that could add into this, and that would be great. I like also the comment on the issue of investment in data acquisition, storage, and retrieval, because quite a good number of models in the area and work in financial economics assume that the data can be obtained freely and costlessly. And most of those, that's how the assumption is. Of course, we know differently. Data can be very expensive. There is a high cost of data, and therefore there is need for a public investment in data acquisition, storage, and retrieval, or even a company investment in these. And that's an area I think we need to go through the disparities in investments across countries, even in the same region, and across, countries around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor. Please.
Thank you, sir. My name is Matthew. I work with National Bureau of Statistics, Nigeria. I want to talk about what the earlier speaker said in respect of the online marketing. At times, we feel insecure about this issue of online marketing because our data are not protected. At times, when you are filling some forms before you initiate the payment, they ask for your MasterCard, all the details, your date of birth. Then after posting that thing, maybe a few weeks later, somebody from nowhere will be calling you that you want some lottery. You want this, you want that, and they send a code to your phone. If you are the type that are so greedy and you click on that code, the money in your bank, everything will be wiped off. So how can our banking system be strengthened in area of protecting our accounting system so that it will not fall into the hand of the fraudster? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. That is a practical question. Any additional bits? Maybe one more before I give the floor to Isaac and Miriam. Okay, I think Isaac and Miriam, if you react, I will add a little bit of mine as well. The microphone is behind.
No, I mean, these are extremely valid questions, and it really points to the fact that, one, you need the legislation for data protection, for this kind of fraud not to occur, okay? And the details of the legislation, the nitty-gritty of the legislation is extremely important. But number two, you need enforcement as well. The only thing that can prevent this kind of behavior is for the different companies that engage to understand that they will be reprimanded or they will pay a prohibitive fine if they engage in this kind of behavior. If I understand the question correctly, and so enforcement also is extremely important. So the legislation should have articles about what happens if companies breach the obligations that are imposed by the legislation. On the use of AI, just one very interesting case and very sad case from, of all places, the Netherlands. There was a huge scandal because the government used an AI system to evaluate submissions to obtain, if I remember correctly, children's support expenditures from the government. And it turned out later that many families were imposed a fine, unjustified. And if I remember correctly, I was just looking at, because I saved the news articles, it was so damaging. I think the Rutte government in the end had to resign en masse because of this scandal. It's just a very interesting example of how AI system can be filled with biases, and even the government can end up using an extremely biased system with no protection afforded to the people who have been accused wrongly. So we are just beginning to think about all this, and there's really a lot to do. And and it's not, as I said before, it's not, the global south has additional issues and problems with these technological developments, but it's not limited even to the global south. It's really, the alarm bells are ringing in a way. Sorry.
Miriam?
Thank you very much. Just to add and comment, and probably just some options of how we can go about it. First of all, when we are talking about the issues of data leaking, let us recall that we have laws, and these laws and policies, we have systems, we have processes which are implemented by the people. The people are the weakest link. So that is where we need to start. And as we were looking at this synthesis with Isaac, something that came out, we asked ourselves, are we even aware about data governance? If you went to the public officer and you told them data governance, they might tell you, what is that? But one way or the other, they are dealing with it using a different name. So sensitization on the importance of data protection and data governance for all the stakeholders is very important. Political buy-in. And for those of you in Kenya, you know what happened some time back on the 25th of June. We started off with a reject the finance bill. Why is it that it took root? You need to look at the finance bills in the last 3 or 4 years. The moment there was political buy-in and the key politicians or policy makers and lawmakers were talking about it, it really took root. We can do the same with data governance. Of course, it is there, but a more systematic approach would be very important. Looking at investments in just this data governance framework, very important, both at public sector and private sector level. We might not have all the solutions, but this would be very important. AI systems, use of AI. As you've talked about, we've done discrete choice models. Investing in the impact of use of AI as part of decision making, very important, because we are already talking about AI as part of the 5th industrial revolution. But in most of our developing countries, we are still at the 4th. We are still dealing with the governance issues. We are yet to start implementing, so we are caught up. If we differentiate this step by step and then move to progress, it will be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Scholar?
Yes, I have John here with me from Office of Data Protection Commissioner. Maybe can highlight more issues on what Aina Matthews asked, especially on data privacy and protection.
Yeah, thank you. I'll speak for the case of Kenya. When somebody fills in an online form to get a service, and then whoever receives that data repurposes that data for other activities that the user originally didn't expect to happen, then they're obviously in violation of the principle known as the purpose limitation principle. And I think it's common across African data governance, Data Privacy Act or Data Protection Act, that the data collectors or the data controllers are not supposed to repurpose data, for example, by sharing it with third parties without seeking additional consent from the data subject. So that will be a violation, and there are mechanisms for citizens or data subjects to launch complaints with the data regulators so that can be addressed by summoning the data controllers to explain their actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think these are very important points. Just to reinforce what was discussed, I really like, I'll start from the last one. I think repurposing the data that is given is a key word. We don't have the equivalent of the GDPR, which is driving Data Privacy Act within the European Union. So we are a long way away. So I think it is just a starting point. I like the point that you mentioned specifically about fraud at the bank level. I think this is usually very, very dependent on the fraud protection department strengths that we have in the financial system. Usually, I have been defrauded, and I was also protected by my bank because they directly phoned me saying that we are calling from a fraud department. Did someone ask you to provide your PIN number? And I say yes, and they say no, don't do it, and we will never ask you a PIN number. So there are enforcement around the fraud protection at a specific institutional level, at a bank level. Consumer protection laws, because if you are defrauded and you have to pay a lot of money, and if your bank account is wiped out, the protection that for consumers that the system has will give you back. Because I was defrauded in the past, and it happened through the PlayStation of my son, and I was compensated because I didn't provide it. So yeah, I think there are a lot to do there, even in the context of e-commerce, online marketing. There are a lot of issues, not necessarily with regards to fraud, but also if you are a trader, if you want to really take advantage of this exciting development in the African continental free trade area. If you don't have the possibility of being registered into a cross-border payment platform, you will not really participate and take advantage of the AFCFTA provisions. And there are a lot of issues there. On the question that you mentioned, what are this organization is doing to protect data integrity? I think that is not our mandate, but I'll tell you what we are doing with regard to research. Once the AI and the machine learning came to surface, now when you look at how researchers conduct their activities, there are ethical concerns. For instance, if we are processing work in progress or final report based on model and data analysis, which is usually the case in economics, I started asking researchers to give us the data and the code that they have used to check whether what they have produced is ethically conforming to what we expect from researchers. So that is how we protect data integrity. Otherwise, at the country level or at the national level, the questions that you ask, I think it is beyond our pay grade. I think there are AU frameworks and others to do so. Yeah, I think we should congratulate ourselves that we have discussed a lot. It's a broad church. The cliche is that data is the new oil. It is a huge resource. There is a data monopoly, and also a tension between data governance between public institutions and also data monetizers like big tech, like Google, as we speak. So yeah, I think we will have maybe a photo session before the coffee. Is that right? Okay. So
we are having a photo session before the coffee break, and out in the foyer.
Okay.
Then we come back for the third session of the day, for our practitioners panel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you tell them the time? Can you tell them the time to come back? Yeah?
Yes.
What time should they come back?
Okay.
That we confirm. What time should they come back?
Oh, okay. We come back at 10:45. Yeah, that is, we have saved around 5 minutes in the morning session.
So we go for
Photograph and the tea break. The chair of the session is Benjamin Abusevwa. Benjamin is the Director, Statistical Coordination and Methods at Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Welcome, Benjamin. In the panel, we have Mandla, who should be joining us online. And we have Dennis Ngai, who is coming from Cameroon, who has come from Cameroon and is in the room. He's the Director of Project Studies and Foresights, Ministry of Post and Telecommunication. We have Oyedeji Adeyemi Daniel, who is the Chief Planning Officer, Lagos State Ministry of Wealth, Creation and Employment. We have Dr. Zinat Ismail, Chief Strategic Director, Strategic Management Information, Western Cape Government, South Africa. You're welcome. And finally, we have John Walubengo, Deputy Data Commissioner, Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, Kenya. You are welcome. I give the mic to Benjamin to take over the session. Thank you, Benjamin. Okay.
Good morning, everybody, and we are happy to be here. Our panelists have already been introduced. We have them on board here. We have Madla Nkopo, who is tuning in from online, and I think he will be our first panelist to comment on what we're going to do here. I think it is a really eminent panel, and I've really decided to be part of this. A bit of background of myself. I'm a director at Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is the government agency principally for data collection, compilation, and production of statistics. At the same time is coordinating the national statistical system that brings together all the players in terms of data producers, and therefore this topic is really very important for us, and we are happy to hear what our panelists will be able to share. So I think if Madla Ngobo is listening, I just want to pose to him a question. In your work on rolling out the national e-government strategy and roadmap in South Africa, what are the emerging issues regarding to political and structural breakthroughs and bottlenecks?
I think Mandla has not joined yet.
It's not joined yet.
Right? Yes.
Okay. Then thank you. I think at some point he will be able to come in and shed some light on this. So I will go to Dr. Dennis Ngai. Dennis, what are your insights on the interoperability platforms within the Western Africa, and how has Cameroon addressed this?
Merci, Monsieur le Modérateur. Donc, passer la parole. Je souhaite d'abord dire merci à
Okay.
J'espère qu'on m'écoute. Je disais merci à monsieur le modérateur de me passer la parole et je profite de l'occasion pour remercier les organisateurs de ce forum, le CREA, de m'avoir fait l'honneur de prendre part à cet important forum. La question de la gouvernance des données en Afrique est d'une importance cruciale. Vous l'avez suivi durant l'introduction de ce forum. En Afrique centrale, nous assistons à une dynamique positive dans ce sens, avec des initiatives telles que les plateformes de compensation bancaire de la BEAC, qui sont une initiative louable qui permettent aux différentes banques de la région de faire des échanges et des compensations en temps réel. Les pays de l'Afrique centrale se sont aussi lancés dans un important projet d'interconnexion de leur backbone à fibre optique pour faciliter les échanges de données et également pour réduire les coûts de la communication. Toutefois, le paysage des plateformes d'échange de données reste fragmenté parce qu'à l'intérieur de chaque pays, des systèmes sont déployés sans tenir compte de l'interopérabilité après avec les autres applications. Et le problème se pose quand il faut partager les données. Donc, au niveau du Cameroun, des avancées significatives ont été réalisées avec l'élaboration du projet de loi sur la protection des données personnelles, également le projet de loi sur l'accès à l'information ainsi que le développement d'une architecture d'entreprise de transformation digitale. Donc, cette infrastructure permettra d'avoir une plateforme d'interopérabilité pour permettre des échanges beaucoup plus faciles de données avec les autres systèmes. Par ailleurs, le système d'information des administrations techniques du Cameroun est une plateforme numérique mise en place pour dématérialiser les procédures du commerce extérieur au Cameroun. Donc, son objectif est de simplifier et accélérer les démarches administratives liées au commerce extérieur. Et il permet de gérer des certificats d'origine, des contrôles techniques des différents ministères. Les utilisateurs de cette plateforme sont des entreprises privées et les administrations publiques. Cependant, des défis subsistent. Nous l'avons suivi, c'est le même défi que connaissent les autres pays africains, c'est le même défi. Malheureusement, il est difficile à l'état actuel de relever ces défis parce que nous avons besoin, par exemple, d'une infrastructure numérique robuste. Nous avons besoin d'une protection de la vie privée et de la sécurité des données même qui doivent être échangées. Et la chose la plus importante, c'est le manque de culture des données. Nous avons constaté que ça posait un problème parce que quand il faut collecter les données, il y avait une réticence au niveau des entreprises et même des administrations. C'est dans ce contexte que nous avons voulu mettre en place une plateforme d'échange en organisant des assises sectorielles de données, toutes choses qui permettaient aux administrations et aux entreprises de comprendre l'importance des données et de la nécessité de partager et de protéger les données. Donc voilà ce que je peux dire d'entrée de jeu et merci une fois de plus, monsieur le modérateur.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngai. I think you've explained well and even gone to tell us the institutional structures that support the kind of improvement that we want to make to harness and the gains in this issue to do with the interoperability. Thank you very much. I wish now to go to Oyedeji. Oyedeji is working for a subnational government. And I think it is also befitting for us also to hear this, because even here in Kenya we have counties that also are subnational, and therefore it'll be interesting to see, Mr. Oyedeji, what are the opportunities and challenges in addressing data governance issue related to wealth creation and employment in Nigeria. I don't know whether I will ask the other question, just for those that you take them both, just for interest of time. In managing these, the trends and statistics of youth employment in Nigeria, how has the agreement on Africa Continental Free Trade Area opened their mobility in Africa?
Okay. Thank you very much. Well, let me go straight to the first question, which has to do with addressing data governance issue in Nigeria as it relates to wealth creation and employment. Basically, in addressing data governance in Nigeria, particularly related to that subject, which is wealth creation and employment, it presents both opportunities and challenges. Actually, Nigeria has, recently done a lot in terms of trying to engage the youthful population, because as it is evident in Africa being a very youthful population, so also is Nigeria, and government is taking significant effort in ensuring that there is optimum employment and capacity building for the youth teaming population. So I will state some of the opportunities that are inherent, while enforcing and implementing effective data governance as it relates to wealth creation and employment. The first one has to do with improved decision making. A robust data governance will automatically improve a robust decision making, thereby informing good policy decision in all sectors. And when we say in all sectors, employment is not created in isolation. Employment is relative and is, cuts across all sectors. So if data governance is being implemented effectively, if the right framework is employed, I think all sectors is going to be affected significantly, and we are going to have a robust decision making. Another opportunity has to do with attracting investment. We know what digital up and technology that has to do with AI, that has to do with internet connectivity in addressing data governance issues. And this is a very big opportunity for not only Nigeria, but other African countries that deem it fit to key into this initiative. Also, we are going to experience an enhanced efficiency. When we have a streamlined data management, it helps to improve public sector efficiency, leading to faster implementation of development programs. Of course, in the course of implementing programs and projects related to any subject, in this case, employment and capacity building, of course, there's going to be an improved implementation of the development of that program. So these are some of the key opportunities that are inherent in employing effective data governance in the field of programs and projects related to employment and capacity building. We also have social inclusion. Social inclusion is another opportunity. When one of the presenters was, presenting, he talked about that. It's an opportunity. Social inclusion, that all kinds of strata, all kinds of stratas will be involved in incorporating into, the kind of programs and activity that has to do with the implementation. And it is from the help of data governance, effective data governance, that all this would occur. Then I'll move to, you talked about the challenges. Yeah, like I said, in implementation of effective data governance, it poses both opportunities that I've just highlighted as well as the challenges. And some of the challenges has to do with the funding constraint. The funding constraint. Implementing an effective data governance requires huge funding. And governments at all levels, not only at the federal level or at the central level, all governments at all levels must be committed to this financially and ensure that adequate tools, adequate infrastructures are provided in order to achieve the aims and objectives of the program. Now we also have the resistance to change. Of course, due to cultural diversity in Nigeria and in most African countries, we have a lot of cultural diversity and interest. So this will also pose a serious challenge, though it's surmountable, but at least is a challenge that we have to deal with and address. We also have capacity gap. Capacity gap is another issue that is very prominent in the implementation of data governance in Nigeria. Of course, some officers are privileged, some personnel are privileged to have been trained and, capacity being improved to deal effectively with the issues arising with the use of adequate technology and equipment to navigate through inherent challenges that may occur at the end of the day. But the percentage of officers, the percentage of stakeholders that have the requisite knowledge and skill to really implement good and effective data governance is highly limited. So it also poses a serious issue in this regard, and which must be addressed. In conclusion about that, navigating these opportunities and challenges required a strategic approach involving collaboration among governments, collaboration among institutions, collaboration among different stakeholders to ensure that the right guidelines and policies that have been put in place are all complied with in order to achieve desired result. I think that is all I have to say for that, for the first question. Should I? Okay. The second.
I think you can go ahead in terms of interest of time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please, can you come up with a second question?
But I think you might have addressed it, but because you were supposed to be in managing the trends or statistics of youth employment.
Okay.
What kind of trends are there in Nigeria?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Well, like I said, that the Nigerian youth population is a very vibrant one, and you know, we occupied a large chunk of the entire population. It's over almost 60% of youth population. You know, really, I mean, similar to what we have on the Africa in general, and you know, and in driving developmental agenda, the role of the youths are very, very significant. So, and in relation to African Continental Free Trade Agreement, is an initiative that was put in place to, you know, facilitate trade among African countries. It also aimed to put Africa on a global map of competitiveness in terms of production of goods and services and being traded among themselves. So I think there was a report from International Trade Center in 2021, you know, that stipulated the role of youth, you know, engaging youth in diverse sectors, especially in the area of agriculture, in the area of especially in the area of IT, in the area of e-commerce, and in the area of creative industry. So I think to a very large extent, AFCTA have shown, you know, to suggest that key role that should be played, considering the youthful population that Africans possesses, it is required to inculcate youth involvement and take advantage and opportunities in this regard. So, to my with that report, I think it's a right thing in the right direction. There is an open hand from AFCTA that youth involvement is paramount in economic development in African countries and in Nigeria in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oyedeji. I think you have really tackled that issue very well. I think it's sharing in the context of data being the new gold, and we cannot leave out the youth in terms of when we are discussing issues to do with the data governance. And as we already said, that youth employment is really a key issue in Africa. And I think that is very thankful for the insights you have shared. Thank you very much. I will want to go to Dr. Zinat Ishmael. I think as the Director for Strategic Management, Information Western Cape, South Africa, you are in the process of implementing the province-wide data governance strategy in Western Cape. What are the institutional barriers that you have faced? Have the political or institutional factors in South Africa creating a conducive environment in implementing of the strategy? And how do you compare with other provinces in South Africa? Very mouthful questions.
That's a mouthful, but
yes.
Thank you. I'll start with the first question in terms of, and once again, good morning all. So what are the institutional barriers that we faced? Just from a strategy and data policy perspective, I'm going to start off with that one. There was the absence of a legislative environment for implementing data governance at a subnational level. That was notwithstanding the transformation and the amendments of the South African Statistical Act that was underway. And it is, I think, it's almost by cabinet. So then that amendment of the Statistics Act will play a vital role, instrumental role in South Africa. But on a subnational level, the importance of data governance, the barrier was through the whole journey of monitoring and evaluation, and how better monitoring and evaluation data to demonstrate results for decision making so that government can actually better drive service delivery results and can actually inform the development agenda. That was one of the biggest barriers. So the realization that government need to make better decisions using data strategically translated into a data governance program. And it became a policy positioning in 2015. To overcome that challenge, a regulatory impact assessment was conducted, and a provincial, with the intent that one can actually have a bill on data governance at the subnational level. But the subnational level isn't an island. So the results of the regulatory assessment proved to have a data governance policy framework, and that data governance policy framework then sets the direction and became an enabler for the open data policy, and now moving towards data governance AI policy framework that would underpin a data strategy for the province. The second challenge or barrier was inconsistency in how data governance was implemented across all 13 provincial government departments at the subnational level. And that inconsistency ranged from on a fundamental level, and also, or I would say on a foundational level, and fundamentally what should be in place when one have data governance. And these, or even on a functional level, and these range from what we have mentioned before, data sharing, inconsistency in just using metadata, and not having proper data governance practice notes in place. So it was basically about the delivery, the operational environment, how things should be done. And then thirdly was the absence of a standardized data governance model across the province on a subnational level, notwithstanding the gap in data governance model on a national level. So on a national level, we still do not have a standardized data governance model. And that actually also prompted my own PhD in data governance. So at the government-wide level, and you asked the question around the barriers at the subnational level, but on a government-wide level, there's not only an expectation that national statistical organizations lead public sector data governance to drive their partnerships, but there's also the responsibility of key national departments that actually driving certain initiatives. And I'm pretty sure my colleague Amandla will actually speak about the knowledge management that TPME is driving. So should I go to the second question?
Yes, please.
So the second question, if I understand it, is have political and institutional factors in South Africa been conducive environment? Yeah, so as I said, there's intent by national departments across government to lead in data governance. I think in the case of South Africa, in line with emerging role of NSOs, our Statistics South Africa, and I've been part of the Statistics Council for a number of years and been the chair of the strategy committee of the South African Statistics Council, but I also speak from the strategic plans and the annual reports that is publicly available. That Stats SA has commenced with positioning data governance integral to a data ecosystem. And they reference Paris 21, they reference, you could look at their documents, it is Stats SA's annual report 2020. And then there's also the Public Service Department of Administration that deals with the norms and standards, very much from a technology perspective. There is the Department of Trade and Industry that position data governance central to data protection and trust. And then there's the Department of Science and Technology that focus on a national strategy on research and big data. So that is just from a government department. But these departments, however, they do not refer to mandates in leading public sector data governance. So I take the challenge in my own personal capacity and as part of my research for policy implications to be taken forward by the public sector. But I think, and I speak from that there is political, the political and the institutional mandate is conducive. We had the drought, we have the disaster management, water crisis, and energy crisis, and that in itself, so much awareness that government need to be data-driven and need to be data-led. So my advocacy is about strengthening the policy implications on a system level so that the ecosystem, so that data governance is part of an ecosystem. And there are key national departments that have instruments by their side to actually pull those data producers and their data users together. On a subnational level, I can only do it as a head of a provincial data office, or another province can only do it on a subnational level if they have gone through a regulatory impact assessment and have that institutional mandate. So public sector must position itself so that government can be regarded as a central pathway in public sector data governance. But this also means that public sector needs to take a lead in making data a central pathway, because NSOs are a critical role player in government. There's also the need for centralized and coordinated institutional system. We should be wary of the word centralized because it could be perceived as being in control. And if one is in key national departments, perhaps you are in the department of the Premier, where I am located, or you are in the presidency, you can be perceived at one control. And that control should actually be you direct, you lead, you enable, you guide. And that the data policy and legislation across government departments are synchronized with what NSOs are doing. And in South Africa in particular, if government departments can synchronize with the NSO of South African legislation, underpin with official data, and then how we linking our policy and agenda for a shared purpose. So there are more others, and I can, if you want me to, but it's very important. As government, we need to be responsive to the global, the national, and the local policies agendas. That implies data decision making across public sector. And earlier, data value chain was mentioned. And it's a critical instrument for government to be responsive to the global, on the impact level of a data value chain. What is government's responsibility to deliver results, to affect societal changes at the end of that data value chain? And very important, if we take data governance seriously, and data governance becomes part of an ecosystem, and government plays a role as a central pathway, and make data a central pathway, we need to be serious about transforming data and skills capabilities associated with investment in advocacy on data governance, because there are a myriad of definitions on data governance, and you can demystify the definition. That's a research topic on its own. And so there are many definitions of data governance models and data governance frameworks, and it is being used interchangeably. And as researchers, what are we positioning? There was another question. Should I pause?
Yes, I think those are very passionate interventions, and I think you brought a lot of interesting issues. You brought in about lack of a national framework for implementing some of these governance framework. You bring the issue of the role of the national statistical system, given that you are a subnational. I think those are really interesting, and tying it together with the kind of disasters that affect how do we be able to implement some of these strategies. I think with the interest of time, I believe that we really thank you for that, and I think you have given that perspective from that subnational perspective. Thank you very much, Daktari. Doctor in Kiswahili, Daktari. Thank you. As Dr. Zinat, it's better to learn some of Kiswahili while you are here in Kenya. Kiswahili while here in Kenya. Yes. I want to, we have been, the last two panelists were on subnational level. I want to bring on board at national level. We have John Walubengo. He is the Deputy Data Commissioner, Office of the Data Protection Commission in Kenya. This is at a national level. I welcome, and I want you to give some of the perspective from the Kenyan perspective. Kenya has made great strides in data openness with the remarkable internet usage, contributing high digital presence among the citizens. So what opportunities and challenges that your office has faced on data privacy?
Thank you very much. Apologies from the Data Commissioner. She couldn't make it, but I hope I can present the position. The opportunities and challenges for the Data Protection Office have been many. I think I want to share the opportunities first. The Kenya Data Protection Act was enacted in 2019, but the Data Commissioner was appointed in 2020. And since that time, the sector, the subsector, if we may call it so, has actually grown in terms of opportunities. I want to perhaps share opportunities from the employment point of view, in that the Data Protection Act highly recommended that enterprises should start having what we call data officers. data protection officers, DPOs, and some of the critical enterprises in banks, in telcos, in hospitals, in educational organizations have actually implemented that, and so that to me is a good opportunity in terms of employment. The other opportunity obviously is in terms of general awareness. There's been a lot of companies coming up in this particular privacy space that have begun to you could say assist the data commissioner in making privacy more understandable at a grassroots level. In Kenya, we call it Wanjiku level, where you want the common man or woman to understand their data rights. And this morning, somebody asked about you sharing data on an online platform, and thereafter people start calling you, sending you all manner of promotions. So we need to raise the awareness level to the street level so that knowledge in itself becomes a deterrence. Okay, so as regulators, you don't have to come in because the citizens are already coming in their own accord. In terms of challenges, the privacy or data protection sector has faced a few in the last couple of years. One of which could be big tech oriented. If you think of the big tech companies, whether it's the Googles, the Facebooks, or the TikToks, or Twitter formerly, or currently X, these are big tech companies that have influence in Kenya or in developing countries, but don't have offices in these parts of the world. So it becomes very difficult to deal with complaints that are targeting big tech. And in Kenya, the specific example came from an incident around WorldCoin. There's a big tech company that was in the country collecting personal data, iris data, very sensitive data on Kenyans. And there was quite an uproar there. And then you find that as an office, your regulatory reach becomes a bit limited because of the realities that these big tech companies don't have presence here. And also the point that in terms of perhaps weight. So, for example, the European Union has had more success dealing with big tech than African countries because they act as a bloc, such that a ruling in, say, Ireland applies to 20+ other economies. But a ruling in Kenya from a data protection office may not apply even in Kampala or Dar es Salaam. So the big tech will take advantage of the fact that there isn't any joint sort of approach to how to regulate the big tech players in this region. I think that to me is one of the biggest challenges that African regulators in the privacy world are going to face. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Walubengo. You have brought interesting issues that the kind of challenges you have and opportunities that we have. You mentioned the issue of lack of officers here in the country, and they bring is the issue of lack of maybe at a continental level, a body that can be able to ensure whatever is being done here, or the countries assigned to it. Yet we have so many of the protocols and agreements that we have in Africa, yet we still work as silos within Africa. I think that is really interesting. So given these challenges, what are your efforts in mitigating infringements that are likely to cause economic disruptions to the citizens? I don't know whether you have some comment on this.
Yeah, some of the interventions the office has actually embarked on over the last few years is to start acting regionally. I think the data privacy regulators in East Africa have had several sessions to try and see how they can act as a bloc. Of course, each country has its own Data Protection Act, largely based on the Malabo Convention and also the European Union GDPR. But you find that the decisions made in Kampala may not necessarily be adopted in Nairobi and vice versa. So there is coordination to have sort of MOUs so that we act as a bloc when dealing with certain violations against our citizens. And those discussions are ongoing at the East Africa community level, and hopefully that will be one great intervention such that if Kenya makes a ruling against a big tech violation, then that ruling is deemed to be effective in, Kampala, Dar es Salaam, or Kigali, and vice versa. So that is the only way that some of these big tech violators can begin to take your decisions seriously. Otherwise, as individual nations, the level of our economy is such that the decision can be ignored and there's no impact on their bottom lines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that is very interesting, and researchers in the room are now hearing what the data practitioners are saying, and I believe they will take it somewhere at policy level to see what kind of policy intervention can come through, so that those who are in the practice can be able to do better. I'm not sure whether Madla has joined, so I don't know if he has not joined. Therefore, I think we have already had a fair representation from subnational and also from the national level practitioners, and I believe that we have very good insights. I'm not sure whether we have any sessions for questions, or because of time, I don't know whether we can take it to the plenary for questions to our panelists. Yes.
Can you give the mic to Katri?
Thank you. My question is for Dr. Ari. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. Wow, the lady from South Africa. You said that you implemented this data governance policy within the regional level in the province, but you also said there are different approaches that you might take, and I think the question is, in absence of this national data policy and having many regions, how do you, like, if one province takes one approach and another province takes another approach, how then would you then ensure harmonization, or what are the challenges of the approach that you took? Because I think it's quite interesting that there was, like, usually I would assume it cascades down, but if you have this opportunity for different instruments, how then do you harmonize amongst yourselves?
Yeah, thank you. That is a punchy question. So, yeah. So the importance is the amendment of the Statistical Act. There's lots of power in the when Stats SA will table the Statistics Act. And for one reason. The Statistics Act, NSOs normally focus on production, and if you look at the journey of NSOs, and if you go into the literature of NSOs globally, you could see there's a shift, not only from production, but also to coordination. And in NSOs, I'm speaking now from a national perspective. I'm not working in an NSO, but I actually did work in the NSO for a number of years on a subnational level. That part of the amendment of the Statistical Acts that focus on coordination, and that is where NSO can play a powerful role, or I would say the NSS, the National Statistical System, can play a powerful role in the centralization and coordination of other data beyond the official statistical data that the NSO produce. And if the NSS comes in with that coordinating role and bring in all other subnational governments, if that is being driven strongly, then on a subnational level, I don't have to push. Now, each province may do different. If you go into the into the different provinces' annual performance plans or in the annual reports, few speak about their role in data governance. The focus is on M&E. Or if you look at just indicators, what they are measuring. But the positive thing it is, subnational governments do talk to each other and they do benchmarking exercises, you know, and ask, so what are you doing? And so there's a sharing of learning that's happening, you know, so that's positive because one learns from each other. And in government in particular, the institutional knowledge is so powerful because people retire and they leave behind that they don't leave behind that institutional knowledge. So I'm advocating for NSOs, and in particular where I'm sitting, South Africa, that if that NSO play a powerful role, presidency comes in, right? National Treasury comes in. So that 6 policy initiatives or directives that I'm putting out there, you know, it is for us as government to actually take on. Because we all want to, we punt the word data-driven organization. Data-led, evidence-based policy making. It's very nice words. So from a legislative perspective, and a subnational level, it wasn't feasible for Western Cape to do a bill on a bill on data governance. But the data governance policy framework is within the correct legislative environment. You know, but it's focusing on the data governance principles. It's focusing on what's required strategically. And then my own knowledge, my own PhD in data governance was then to put a data governance model in place on a subnational level and to pilot it on a subnational level or any other province that want to take it on. You know, so this the positive thing I repeat is the close relationship with colleagues. Like I've got a close relationship with Mandla, DPSA, you know, close relationship with people in presidency. And I think that is close relationship with NSS, you know, Stats SA. So together we can drive data governance in South Africa. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that passion and energy
that you bring in to show that the role of the national statistical offices for the coordination purposes of the national statistical system is very important. I think it's also a challenge that has put to the policymakers. How do you ensure that this evidence that is being generated is reflected in the policies? How do we intervene that actually policies have actually used this evidence? Yet that is what we always say, that is happening. Okay, yes. Yes.
And I'm not saying it is the role of the NSOs alone. The NSOs have that capability to drive data governance as part of a bigger ecosystem. And they can create an enabling environment for other actors. You know, if you go to the World Bank, there is one piece of work that the World Bank have done, a very nice diagram. I think the document is about saves lives. I think it's data that saves lives. But it's a very nice diagram that actually speak about the different actors. And central to that is government. But government is there. The NSOs is the critical department to can be a key pathway with other government departments and have that pull factor with other government departments. And let's start with education. Our children, our education system, the data, health system, the learners. So there are just two key departments as a start. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether we have any time for another question. Yes, from I think the issue of NSO has been touched, and our friend from Nigeria is also touched.
Thank you very much. In order to substantiate what my friend has said, Adeyemi, in relation to job creation and wealth creation in Nigeria, regarding to youth, in my office organization, we are conducting a survey called Nigeria Labour Force Survey. And that has been helpful to the youth in general. Because from that data, the federal government, the local government, and all levels of government, they created, due to the lack of unemployment rate, they created a youth vocational center. Regardless of the courses that you study, you can go there and learn skill, which has been a great help to many youths in Nigeria. So at least I can categorically say that 20% of the youth that graduated from the university, they have a skill that they've learned for a span of either 6 months or a year. So that's why I even foster the unemployment rate have reduced greatly in Nigeria due to the involvement of government policy, due to the data that we collected. That's what I want to add to so. And regarding the Prof on, we share border, Cameroon and Nigeria. In the south-south, we share border, northeast, we share border with Cameroon. We are sisters country. But in the inter-border crossing, was there any data? Because except the air in Africa, that's where you can have data. But inter-border crossing, was there any data related to it that people from Nigeria entering, people from Cameroon coming to the country to do one certain trade or the other? Do we have any data that really existed in that aspect? Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. That question, one was the intervention, the other was a question to Dr. Dennis Ngai. I believe you should be able to handle that.
Merci à mon frère du Nigeria pour cette question. Je pense que nous avons de manière systématique, si je peux dire pour ce qui est officiel, les données pour des échanges, que ce soit au niveau du commerce avec le Nigeria et en ce qui concerne les personnes qui vont d'un pays à un autre. Comme vous le savez, mon frère du Nigeria l'a relevé, les villages appartiennent aux deux pays. Parfois, on ne sait pas qui est nigérian, qui est camerounais. Mais les informations sur les transactions entre le Nigeria et le Cameroun sont centralisées. Et nous avons ces données, et ces données nous permettent de prédire un peu les volets commerciaux entre ces pays, notamment en termes de besoins, en termes de flux migratoires. Ce que je voulais peut-être rebondir sur une autre partie de ma question pour le rôle des structures institutionnelles dans le cadre de la gouvernance des données. Parce que ces institutions sont le socle même de la politique des données. Et il faut pour cela que les pays prennent les devants, mettent en place des politiques solides pour aider à comprendre un peu la culture des données et tout ce qui va avec. Donc, je pense que pour mon frère du Nigeria, j'ai répondu à la question. Je ne sais pas s'il y a une autre précision à apporter, mais je serai prêt. Donc, ce que je voulais, pour conclure, peut-être que ce sera ma dernière intervention dans ce panel, pour dire que pour maximiser les bénéfices de la gouvernance donnée, nous devons renforcer nos institutions. Cela implique une coordination accrue entre les différents acteurs. Il est crucial de mettre en place des mécanismes de coordination efficaces entre les différentes administrations et entre les différents pays pour éviter les silos et favoriser une approche globale de gouvernance des données. Il faut également procéder au renforcement des capacités. Nous devons investir dans la formation des agents publics et ainsi qu'aux populations pour qu'ils aient la culture des données, pour comprendre l'importance des données, notamment dans le développement économique. Donc, je pense que la plupart des pays ont mis en place des agences de gouvernance de données, ce qui est une chose importante. Et pour terminer, nous pensons que la simplification des procédures administratives aussi est un facteur de gouvernance de données. Il faut que les pays pensent à simplifier les procédures administratives pour faciliter les échanges entre les administrations, ce qui pourrait aider les populations qui sont dans les zones reculées à bénéficier de tout ce que les données peuvent produire dans le pays. Donc en conclusion, je peux, si vous me permettez, le Cameroun dispose d'un potentiel considérable pour développer une économie numérique florissante en investissant dans des infrastructures numériques, en renforçant le cadre institutionnel qui est un facteur déterminant. Je pense que nous pourrons atteindre les objectifs que nous nous fixons pour la gouvernance des données en Afrique. Je pense que c'est en répondant à la question de mon frère du Nigeria, j'ai voulu peut-être conclure mon propos dans le cadre de ce panel.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Ngai. I think you've also responded to the question and also given your perspective on the question I had asked earlier about institutional structures supporting and what kind of form of improvements can be made to harness the gains. And I think you have answered that question very effectively. Madam wants to have some intervention? Yes? Do we have any other one so that they can flow? I think, and because of time, we will give one, just one.
I just have a quick question to Mr. Walubengo. I wanted to know, I think it has been a few years since the commissioner came into office, Data Protection Commissioner. So I wanted to know what are the steps or what are the challenges that the ODPC has faced when it comes to monitoring compliance, especially to companies?
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge with respect to monitoring compliance is obviously personnel. The office is still small, and the number of data controllers that are currently registered are many. And to, sort of have an active reach out to all of them becomes a challenge. So we have tried to see how to deal with that by way of increasing our compliance officers, having budgets to make sure that we hire more. We are also looking at how to sort of share responsibility by way of identifying partnering companies that could then act on our behalf in terms of auditing the data controllers and data processors. But that is still work in progress. At the moment, the amount of complaints coming in are quite high, and that alone keeps our officers very busy on investigating the complaints, and so we end up having less effort in what you may call our own initiatives to go knocking on doors and finding out what it is you're doing. But at the end of the day is to have a balance of both, where you have a good portion of your team handling complaints, while another portion is actively selecting out a set of data controllers that you then send your compliance team to really check out and see whether the enterprises, the public sector organization, and any data controller is actually following the act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we've had a very lively panel. Our distinguished panel that is here. I wish now to ask the audience to give them a round of applause. And we want to also thank the African Economic Research Consortium for giving us this opportunity for the data protectioners to be able to air their issues on this, and we want also to give them a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Benjamin, for that lively discussion. This discussion can go on, and we still have our panel in the afternoon, the policy panel, which will still allow us to deliberate on this more, given that also the youth are in the digital economy, isn't it? That's where they are getting the opportunities, and that's where data governance and Walubengo office has to control a lot of issues. Now we are going to the fourth session of the day. That is parallel paper presentation. We have two groups. Group one will remain in the room. We'll have 8 papers being presented, 4 papers in each group. We have in the group one, we have a paper by Geshi and Diran. We have a paper by Anani and Caroline, who are online. I think Diran is in the room. Anani and Caroline are online. We have Christine here, Kwanele, with Nemeka Omadike. Madike is joining us virtually, and Christine is in the room. Then we have Martina and Simone, who are joining us also virtually. So those are the 4 papers which we are being presented in this room. In the second room, my colleague Pamela will show you where the room is. Some of the audience will break and go to the other room to listen to the proceedings. We have the first paper by Miriam Omolo. Afolabi Olowekere in the second paper, which will be Afolabi is joining us virtually. Then we have Usmanu Njikam also will be joining us virtually, and Abi Kedir will be in the room physically. So we can, for the people online, you'll join a breakout room in the other group. And as participants, some of us can remain in the room and some of us can go and join the other proceeding. Maureen and Pamela will assist you on the other room. I'd like to welcome Diran in the podium and Christine. We like also to have audience in the second breakout room, kindly. The second parallel session is being chaired by Dr. Mark Korir. He's a training manager at the AERC. The first paper being presented by Diran and Geshi is still I'm introducing Professor Delshi Kalurira Sebina and Professor Gundiran Sumni from University of Witwatersrand. They are presenting Interrogating Africa's Data Governance Trajectory through Technological Innovation, how endogenous, how inclusive. You have 20 minutes to present your paper, Diran, and we'll have a floor discussion for 10 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Scholastica.
Straight to that machine.
Okay. Which machine?
That one. So this one is going forward.
Okay.
This one is going backward.
Okay, but why is it not going? Okay.
It's moving.
All right. Good morning, everyone, again. My name is Diran Sumoni. So as Dr. Scholastica said, our paper with Prof. Geshi Karuri Sabina is about interrogating Africa's data governance trajectory through technological innovation. How endogenous or how domestic, and how inclusive. I'll start with a few quotes. Oops, sorry. Okay. To help us wrap around our heads around what are the implications for technological innovation in relation to data governance. So in 1987, Robert Solow, who is a Nobel Prize winning economist for growth theory, suggested in a paper on the productivity paradox in the digital age. So this is the early part of the digital age. He says, well, what this means is that what everyone feels to have been a technological revolution, a drastic change in our productive lives, has become accompanied everywhere, including Japan, by a slowing down of productivity growth, not a step up. You can see the computer age everywhere in the productivity everywhere except in the productivity statistics. So in as much as we talk about the digital revolution and so on and so forth, when we look at the GDP accounting, no one can really say why it's not much more significant than before the digital age. Kunle Awoshika, who's the managing director of Microsoft Africa, based here in Nairobi, suggested when he was appointed managing director that there's a huge potential for Africa to become a thriving hub. Okay, I'm trying to... Okay, there's a huge potential for Africa to become a thriving hub of digital innovation on the global startup landscape. Our ambition is to see an explosion of local invention and innovation that will contribute positively, not just to Africa's digital economy, but to global society. So here's one of the technology leaders in the world saying Africa has to play a role. Lastly, in a recent feature in Nature Briefing, Nyaleng Morosi, who is a computer scientist working with the International Network on Distributed AI, founded by a former Google employee, suggested that African languages are not adequately reflected or barely actually reflected in large language models. So that's a significant proportion of the African population whose ideas, whose information, whose insights, and whose questions cannot even be answered by AI. So she suggests that this means African computer scientists and other database professionals have to begin to bring this unseen data together. In any case, she suggests that our goal is that Africans will not only be observers and receivers of advances in AI, but also active shapers and owners of those advances. We know our problems and are great at solving them. Okay. Oops. Okay, so I refer to the first part of the digital age, the computer age as it was called. We're now in the second part, or Industry 4.0. It's a global reality. It's not true. This refers to the frontiers. I'll show you later why. It's not true that most of Africa is really in the fourth industrial revolution, even though part of it is. But it is a global reality. It is grossly underrepresented in relation to GDP growth. But when you look at the top 10 R&D intensive firms in the world, 7 out of those top 10 are driven by data-driven intellectual monopolies, mainly software companies. And these companies capture the greatest value of the data-driven digital age. And so the notion that has been brought up already this morning, that data is the new oil, lends credence to that idea. Just to wrap our heads around the significance from a revenue point of view of data, Amazon in 2022 spent $73 billion on R&D expenditure, just in terms of its R&D budget. That figure is 2.5 times the entire GDP of Iceland, not to mention, so it's larger than many African countries' GDP in 1 year, 73 billion. And they're not spending that money in R&D for the fun of it. Obviously, the return on investment justifies it. Yet, if you look at the GDP growth rate for the US between 1980 and around 2022, it's been stable at 4 to 6%. So the idea here is that the digital age is so pervasive that simply measuring the value of goods, digital goods and services misses a lot of what's going on. From an African perspective, we're also generating data. This data helps to fuel these large companies' data-driven activities. And we're saying that this mirrors the Dutch disease. So if you have oil, cobalt, coal, platinum, and so on, the world needs that for industry and so on, but Africa's value retained is very small. So likewise, we're generating data, both voluntary and involuntary, as Isaac said, monitored, but we don't get a commensurate benefit for the data that we contribute in the world. And so innovation is required to transform that. Luckily, though, there are positive examples in the global south, especially India, China, and Brazil, where there's an emergence of software companies that are actually retaining the value in their countries. So in India, high software products apply to e-governance. In China, Alibaba, Tencent, Baidu, the BAT is Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent, they have now actually surpassed the likes of Google, Microsoft, and so on in the Chinese domestic market. In the Chinese domestic market, Chinese data companies, digital companies are dominant. And what is this based on? It's based on government procurement of their services and various mergers and acquisitions. So our question then is, can we combine the need for robust data governance with endogenous technological capabilities and developmental goals in Africa? Okay. There's a lot going on this slide, but what we're basically trying to map out is the relationship between mobile penetration, internet access, and GDP across sub-Saharan Africa relative to the world, and then on a regional basis. So if you look at the world's, on the first row, the world's access to mobile phones is more than 100%, which means that people own more than one phone. The global average for internet access is about 67.4%, but we see in Africa is 35%, so it's about half of the world's average. Of course, we're also part of the world, so we contribute to that average. The broadband access globally is 18 subscriptions per 100 people. In Africa is less than 1%, less than 1% per 100 people. And then the GDP per capita is obviously much lower than the global average. So what this is suggesting is that if less than one African out of 100 people has access to broadband internet, then how can that less than 1% participate in the digital economy? Study online, engage in e-commerce, start businesses. So most people are really not part of the digital economy. So just some observations on that data, since it's hard to read. Mobile access is high, but only 8 countries are above the global average for the internet. 8 African countries: Cape Verde, Djibouti, Algeria, Egypt, Gabon, Seychelles, Mauritius, and South Africa. For broadband access, only 2 African countries, 2 island nations, are above the global average: Mauritius and Seychelles. But then when we think about the increasing rates of mobile penetration, internet connectivity, and the emergence of digital startups, these are what can boost productivity and promote economic inclusion while seeking to draw from global value chains. Scholars are writing about this now. But we need to think through more systematically the outcomes, right? So a higher mobile penetration rate in a given country doesn't imply superior internet access, and neither does a high internet penetration rate imply a better performing ICT industry or national growth more broadly. So in as much as we think that these statistics are related, we cannot take them for granted. They do not imply one or the other. For example, the superior internet access in Tunisia and South Africa relative to India and comparable to China doesn't tell the analysts very much about the performance of either the ICT sector or the overall GDP in India and China. So in other words, Tunisia and GDP have comparable access rates, but there's no comparison between the ICT sectors in those 2 African countries and those in India and China. So here's the internet access rates. We have the world's average: Tunisia, South Africa, China bunched up at the top. We have Nigeria and Kenya in the middle, and we have Chad at the bottom. What's important to see here is perhaps the rate of change. So for those lagging countries, we see the rates increasing for for Kenya in the orange here, but Chad is inconclusive. It's the lowest. It's rising at a very slow rate, and even Nigeria is inconclusive. So internet access as a starting point for talking about the digital economy, this already gives us a picture of where we stand. I'll move more quickly. So I've just discussed that chart. I hope you could follow. The theoretical literature review is really what helps us to wrap our heads around what matters. So a lot of econometricians are putting together indicators and trying to explain relationships in a statistically significant manner. But we're saying, what does that mean for the analyst, for the governance analyst that wants to make sense of them? This CDM model is widely used to explain the relationship among research, innovation, and productivity. So we said, okay, as well as the endogenous growth model, that people are trying to introduce data as a resource alongside capital, labor, firm-level R&D, and so on. So we said, okay, let's look into the findings of these studies, and what does that tell us? Okay, so here we go. The disparate findings using the same model. So we look at Italy, China, and South Africa. In one study on nearly 10,000 Italian firms, scholars, Hall and his colleagues, found that an investment in ICT is more important for productivity, but an investment in R&D is more useful for innovation, and even more so when combined with white scholar skills. So if we invest in R&D, we get productivity. If we invest in R&D, we get innovation. But then another study that looked at, roughly just under 3,000 firms in China found an equal distribution between service and manufacturing sectors in terms of the investment in ICT and R&D. So the issue here is R&D and ICT investments only indirectly affect productivity through product development and innovation. The paper explains this in more detail, but it's not clear what the relationship is when you invest in R&D and when you invest in ICT. But of course, you can invest in R&D for ICT. That's another separate issue. So these are sort of explicitly the questions we're trying to ask or address. What are the big data competencies that will allow us to move up the value chain from mere adoption of what already exists to knowledge-driven competencies? What are the input indicators, what are the output indicators, and what are the outcome indicators? Input indicators are, what do you put into the system? How many professionals, how many students do you train in sciences in general and in computing sciences in particular? How much do you fund infrastructure? How much do you fund R&D? The output is the measurement of those outcomes. How many people graduated? How many people did this? How many papers and patents were published and so on? But the outcome speaks to the impact. The outcome speaks to the impact. The outcome says, how many more people have access to jobs, digital jobs? How many more people have access to the internet? How many more firms are being digitally competent and so on? And then lastly, we try to ask data governance professionals, such as those who were on the stage a minute ago, how do these selected indicators inform or explain what you're seeing in the world of practice? So the methodology is really threefold. One is an indicator measurement framework, which we developed following work that's already been done. There's a nice digital intelligence index developed by Chakravorty and al. From Tufts University, Massachusetts. So we drew out indicators from there and applied it to ours. We also looked at more than 40 policy documents from South Africa, Kenya, Benin, and South Korea as a benchmark country, and we looked at expert indicators, expert interviews with data governance professionals. So that's kind of how we're checking this. So this speaks to the building blocks for data competency, from big data capitalization or acquisition, gathering, organizing, selecting what kind of data is important, to big data exploitation, synthesizing, combining, and distributing. So we're going from investments in acquiring large data, processing it, making information, deriving knowledge, to wisdom, which is actionable insights. The second one then tries to break down this value creation again from efficiency-driven to new digital offerings. So efficiency, we have databases, technologies that we use. How well can we manage them? To productivity, how well can we apply them? To innovation, what are new products and services that we can offer, whether they're digital or not? And lastly, what are new digital offerings? So we're trying to go from optimizing here to pioneering. So the leading countries in the world, those 7 out of 10 R&D monopolies that capture all the value, those can be said to be pioneering organizations or firms. And if we're doing well, we are expected to be optimizing, and we're not necessarily optimizing well. So lastly, we combine these three. We combine the big data capitalization exploitation framework with the optimizing and pioneering framework, and then applications to sectors like healthcare, agriculture, energy, and so on. And the intersection between the three, it's in the Venn diagram, this blue circle, is where we said endogenous digital innovation plays. So it draws from sectoral applications, it draws from big data competences, and it draws from digital innovation competences. Okay. So these are comparisons across, we try to be representative. So Cote d'Ivoire is sort of the West African representative, Kenya for East Africa, and South Africa for Southern Africa. And the comparator is an OECD country, South Korea, which we felt emerged from relative underdevelopment or non-industrialized status to industrialized status within many people's lifetimes, 3 decades or so. And where are they doing well and compared to us? Well, we know that they're ahead of us, but that will inform what we can expect to achieve within a reasonable time horizon. Okay, I won't go through these policy documents because they're a bit tedious, but needless to say that South Africa and Kenya were the strongest performers. Cote d'Ivoire was the weakest, and then of course Benin and Cote d'Ivoire were weak relative to Kenya and South Africa, and South Korea was the strongest across almost all categories. But this is what the experts told us. One computer science professor said, who works on AI and big data, said to us, well, big data is often used in a lay sense, but technically it refers to a very specific scenario where the scale or velocity of the data is too great for it to be stored, and in reality only applies to large science data. And so there's an issue of scale for us to really talk about big data. So the governance of small-scale data and large-scale data aren't the same thing. From his point of view, it's the large-scale data that's really important, and that's challenging technologically. Another expert says, we have observed that involving users in the data acquisition process allows them to guide the direction of the solution as they have a better understanding of the user's pain points. So while we're talking to experts, experts are saying we should be talking to users who need solutions in healthcare, in water, in sanitation, and so on, and how can data inform the issues, the real issues that they are facing. A third respondent was really thoughtful. He says, we should be willing to rethink existing models that have failed to add value. So there's a lot of activity, there are a lot of models, data governance models, as Annette said earlier, but which ones really are useful, which ones provide value? And he says, he or she, Shim, says there is great inefficiency in our systems for the private and public sector. These are imported or nostalgic constructs that might no longer be built for purpose and are protected by insiders at the expense of true productive advancement. We should not expect a one-size-fits-all model for the future. Instead, we need to unlock the potential and learn to amplify what works while salvaging insights from what does not. So this is a call to be critical about the models that we use. Okay, I will conclude with some of the main insights. So first of all, we sought to go beyond high-level associations among mobile phone penetration, internet penetration, and GDP to get more granular insights about the combined effects of data governance and digital innovation in generating and capturing public and private value. Secondly, our adapted indicator measurement framework has given us a strong confirmatory proposition about the importance of digital technological capabilities in synergy with data governance and government-driven or government-articulated demand. Thirdly, these make a difference, meaning capabilities, governance, and demand make a difference relative to value generation and capture, which offers support for the data value chain approach. The thematic document analysis provide additional nuance to the measurement scorecard and even confirm a few metrics where value has been gained or is expected to be obtained. I didn't spend much time on the measurement scorecard, but the paper will hopefully be available as soon as everything is made available. Our expert interviews emphasize the importance of capabilities for both exploiting and existing data processing technologies and creating new and more powerful ones. But knowledge-intensive data governance activities should also be translated into simple tools for democratizing access and participation with respect to real challenges. So one respondent in particular was very opposed to the use of extremely advanced and fancy tools that no one can understand. Translation and simplicity is important for democratization, even if it's complex at the top end. Lastly, even the data value chains that we're talking about evolve. They're not static over time. They evolve with shifts in technological paradigms. So people are talking about the 4AI. Dr. Omolo this morning said, well, there's a 5th industrial revolution that's coming. And the sample about the 6th industrial revolution. So at the frontiers of knowledge, people are already advancing beyond what most people are even imagining today. So the notion of value chain changes. This is an opportunity for African countries, especially researchers, to look at these emerging paradigm shifts and see whether there's anywhere that we can apply some of these shifts to our situation in a way that helps us to leapfrog some of the laggard sectors in which we're in. How can we leapfrog with respect to new technologies, but based on competences? Because if we merely copy and paste, we will always be behind relative to those who invest in knowledge. So that is sort of an overview of the ideas we try to grapple with and present a framework for thinking through data governance from a value chain perspective, from acquisition to processing to development of new technologies and to actual outcomes or actual impact in diverse sectors. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Diran, for that incisive paper. Now we take some remarks or questions to the authors. Some questions?
Thank you very much, Dr. Diran, for the interesting paper. And I think it brings a lot of insights to what we're already doing. And I was just wondering that given this way of looking at things, how do you view the current measurement of GDP? Because now we are using the national system of accounts to measure GDP. How does you look at in terms of it measuring the issue of technology? Is it missing it out, given that you are saying they seem to be like comparing the issue of US, the economy seems to be stable in terms of the GDP, but yet there's a growth in terms of digital economy. So I don't know what do you have some suggestions on how the current way, the way we look at GDP? And I'm looking at it from the framework that now the United Nations is now coming up with a new framework on measuring the economy, whether you are also, sorry?
A new framework on?
On system of national accounts.
Okay.
Which is the framework that we used for measuring the GDP. So whether you are also looking at it, whether it is making sense of it or there's any insights you can also bring on board. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'll address that from an economics of innovation perspective, because I'm an innovation scholar. So if you look at the growth models that take into account the contribution of knowledge to growth, they're going to say the share of annual GDP that's contributed to public R&D, and that public R&D goes mainly to universities and national science councils, and then firm-level contributions to R&D. So then again, we're looking at R&D intensive firms. So these models are really models that reflect the capabilities of rich countries. We're not R&D driven countries by and large, but it doesn't mean that we don't have innovative companies, innovative firms, but that are non-R&D driven. How can we capture non-R&D innovation? New products, new manufacturing processes, new digital processes, new offerings, new services. So you have to collect surveys, you have to collect new data that reflects the novelty in the economy in terms of firm level. So that's one way of capturing more knowledge, because if we capture our R&D investment in most African countries, then it looks like we're not doing anything, which is not true. Secondly, you have the error term. If we go back to Solo's original model, his exogenous growth model from, I think, 1957 or so, his factors of production, capital and labor, only accounted for 10% of growth. So we have a model that only explains 10% of growth. What about the 90%? He says, oh, that's the black box. It's the total factor productivity, the unknown, blah, blah, blah. And so, of course, growth economists have been improving on the model. Even he improved on it in his lifetime. Paul Romer improved on it by introducing these R&D variables. But however we do it, we can't really explain more than 30% of growth as a function of using R&D as a measure. So the error term is larger, the unexplained variation is larger than the explained variation. What is happening in that 70%? I think it speaks to the interactions among firms, between firms and governments, between communities, individuals, innovators. So there's a lot going on there that speak to actual activities that are actually going on in the economy, and which starts with education, basic education, and so on and so forth. So it's a black box because we need to unpack it, but there are ways to unpack it by thinking through novel activities that are meaningful and impactful. We cannot decide what we're going to measure before we know the activities that are significant. So I think we should actually observe activities and decide, make a judgment about which activities seem promising and that can we measure. So in a nutshell, that's basically how I think we can GDP, even at the sectoral level, reach subnational level, and ultimately at the national level, can begin to capture digital activities and that lean on data as the resource for kind of new offerings, new digital offerings. I don't know if I've come back. Yes, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Diran. Any other input? Yes, Matthew?
Oh, yes, okay. Can we get the presentation back up, please? Okay.
I think it's on 5.
Which chart was that?
The chart, where the country with internet access.
Okay, the curves, okay. Okay. If you can maximize.
Good.
Okay, sorry.
I want to say something in respect to Nigeria factor,
Yeah.
relation to other part of Africa.
Yeah.
So I want to take away the China and South Africa as well. So I want to relate to Chad, Kenya.
Okay.
What I noticed is that between this country is a digital divide. That is why we have low impact on the the internet access in Nigeria, because all what you have been saying earlier on is that we didn't talk about electricity and accessibility. Why we are so low in this internet access? Majority, even in the city, we have epileptic power supply. Then again, some remote villages, particularly in the northeast area, when you get there within Nigeria, you realize that you are capturing internet from either Niger or Chad. So that is why we are being affected. But we are staying in Lagos, Ibadan, Abuja, or Port Harcourt, we have enough access to internet. So I may say that it's a digital divide that is affecting Nigeria. That's why we are at this lower level. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I would agree with that. And the electricity issue is a second industrial revolution issue. And if we look at the access rates to electricity, they actually mirror the access rates to the internet. Africa sub-Saharan is about 50%, meaning 50% don't have access to electricity, which is a second industrial revolution. So So how can we use the digital age to then collect data about who doesn't have, in what context, and so on, to provide electricity to them is also a data governance issue, to provide water to them, to provide health certificates, mobile health, and so on. So your point is very well taken, and so we have to start at the end in a way to address issues that other countries have already resolved. But the issue of the digital divide is a subset of the broader economic divide, and that intervention is well taken. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for a very interesting research. I was trying to follow through, but I didn't capture some of the things.
Yes,
I was lagging behind.
Yeah.
So you presented two theories and then the third one that you combined. I'm just trying to think through, like, what would be, from your insights, what would be recommendations for governments at policy level in terms of what you're able to interrogate. I didn't quite capture the third one. Probably maybe my responses with the third.
You're
graph.
talking about where I had the Venn diagram.
The big data, capitalization, the optimization, and then the third.
Yeah. So essentially, we're trying to look at what does a data value chain look like from being able to capture data, being able to process it, and to be able to derive value from that. So that's one framework. The other is a digital value chain, meaning what is the ability to actually offer new and improved digital services that lean on data, but this is more technologically oriented, because now you need to develop technologies or acquire the ability to apply technologies to process that data. So one is, what is data from acquisition to value of that data, but that data has to be processed. What are the technologies that allow you to do that to the point that you can actually offer new digital goods and services? And the third one was, what is the diversity of sectors in which this combined thinking might apply? So the intersection of all that, we said, is an invitation for many actors, stakeholders, to participate in endogenous digital innovation from wherever it is that they're coming from, but with an eye for superior capabilities, superior value over what we did last year and the year before. So that's, in a nutshell, what that's about.
Thank you, Diran. The conversation continues. We are here till late in the day. I think Caroline and Anani are online. Kindly share your slides. Just a minute. Caroline, Professor Caroline Tube and Anani Lomani from University of Cape Town are presenting their paper on exploring interoperability platforms in Africa, an examination of the adoption and implementation of interoperability standards for data exchange in Africa, opportunities, risk, and policy consideration. Thank you, Caroline. Take the stage.
A very good morning to everyone. My name is Hanani. I'm here with Prof. Caroline. I'll be taking us basically through the presentation that we've put together for you here. And as has already been mentioned, basically what we set out to do was to explore the issue of interoperability platforms in Africa. I think the previous speaker has already touched on certain issues to do with data and issues around data accessibility, affordability, and so on and so forth. And now we're bringing in a new dimension that explores data access, but from a point of view that is kind of technical, in that not only are you able to access it through a device or through the infrastructure, but also by way of your machine being able to understand and interpret the data that is being shared with it. In essence, what our paper sought to do is to explore really how much adoption of interoperability standards and platforms have we seen throughout Africa, but also what is in the way of us achieving a sort of universal or a continental-wide framework that allows interoperability to thrive. So the presentation, the paper itself was split into two. First of all, we did a mapping exercise, which was to identify what the interoperability standards and platforms currently on the continent are. I'll dive into that a little bit later, but the second part looked at it more from a literature and theoretical point of view in terms of what is it that we need to be thinking about, what is it that, what is the status quo, what is the literature around the area, and what are some of the developments happening on the continent. Just as a brief recap, earlier on in the other workshops that we did, we spoke briefly about what is interoperability. For those who are not present in the room, I'll just briefly say that interoperability is basically the ability of a machine to understand the data that is sent to it by another machine. So basically, the ability of machines to communicate with one another and to be able to share data and understand that data between two different systems. So a very brief and very simple example is, for instance, a computer that has been created to receive text only, trying to communicate with a computer that has been designed to receive only numerical data. So interoperability is that which allows these two computers that speak different languages to basically be able to talk to one another and to be able to understand each other. We also spoke about why interoperability is important for data value extraction. In a continent like Africa currently, where we're exploring issues to do with the free continental trade area, where globally, generally, we're moving towards Industry 4.0, where everything is web-based, interoperability emerges as a very important aspect of being able to trade and being able to participate within the digital economy, because essentially the machines that we have need to be able to communicate, receive data, and to be able to use it. Very big examples have already been witnessed within Europe, especially within the transport systems, where data from different countries is able to be read and interpreted in different other countries, where for issues such as efficiency, issues such as running on time, issues such as getting people where they need to be, things like interoperability play a central and very important role in that particular aspect. We spoke about interoperability platforms, what they are, why they matter. In this instance, interoperability platforms basically are those platforms that have been created to facilitate the exchange and the interpretation of different machine languages so that they are readable and understandable on others. And as I've already said, we undertook a mapping exercise, and this time around, we went on to dive deeper into the opportunities, risks, and challenges, and to formulate some policy interventions that we think policymakers on the continent can keep in mind when bearing or trying to come up with some sort of continent-wide policy interventions that support and will allow interoperability to thrive. So first of all, looking at the mapping that we did, we found that there were numerous platforms across the continent, interoperability platforms across the continent. But what we found is that they were either industry specific or not tailored for the African continent. What we mean by this is that a lot of them were being used, for instance, in finance. In the financial services, for instance, numbers are numbers. Whether you're in Africa, in Europe, wherever, numbers are numbers. And so there's really no need for contextual interoperability in that particular sense. But what we mean by they were not tailored to the African context is that none of them were created here. Most of them were imported from different areas of the world. And so when it comes to data, of course, depending on the kind of data that you're handling, whether it is personal or it might be very important, I think the word that they use for that is unalienable data. In those instances, it's very important that the interoperability platforms are developed locally from an ethical point of view, first of all, but also for the contextual understanding of what this means. And so we found that there are various platforms, and these can be in the form of middleware, APIs, IoTs, blockchain, health information exchanges, and so on and so forth. And these all served different functions. But the mapping exercise also revealed a concentration of interoperability platforms in specific sectors. We found that generally, in the health sector and then finance and banking is where we found most of your interoperability platforms and your interoperability standards. Now, for a continent as diverse and as big as Africa, we need to maybe think about how we can get these platforms to serve more than just the financial aspect of our development and also move on to other issues. For instance, transport, as I've mentioned, or any other challenges that we might be facing collectively as a continent. Now, we moved on then to look at what are some of the technical challenges that inhibit data interoperability. The first one, I think that has already been mentioned by the previous speaker as well, is the issue of infrastructure. But as we all know at this point, we face quite a bit of a challenge when it comes to infrastructure development. Now, despite having improved over the years the internet penetration rates, many areas still lack reliable high-speed connectivity. Now, when it comes to data transfer, this is one of the most important issues when it comes to interoperability. We'll talk later on about a concept called data sovereignty, for instance, which not only applies to nations or to member states, but also applies to companies and within sectors. And the whole idea there is also grounded on the issue of reciprocity. That if I'm going to be obligated or if I'm able to share data with you, then it's a reasonable expectation that you should be able to share it back with me and fast as well. So these discrepancies in terms of high-speed connectivity, they often lead to reservations when it comes to negotiating contracts, when it comes to negotiating agreements that have to do with interoperability agreements or standards, as it were. And so for these simple reasons, the lack of data infrastructure really makes it very difficult to achieve interoperability. I think the previous speaker also touched on the issue of energy supply. I think also somebody in the room made an intervention. And the issue here is to do with energy, and that we have an energy crisis. Basically, for interoperability to work and to be efficient, we need the lights on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. An outage or a power cut that lasts for long hours means that there's a breakdown in communication somewhere. And of course, we don't need to only see this within the context of interoperability. I think we've seen it within different contexts where the inability to communicate simply because of a power cut has resulted in losses for companies, for people, and so on and so forth. Speaking about SADC, the region that myself and Prof. Caroline are coming from, only half of the region had access to electricity in 2023. And in sub-Saharan Africa, about 30%, which is well over 50% of the continent, are facing power cuts. And basically devices that facilitate and devices that receive and transmit data need to be on all the time. And so energy is one of those hindrances. But one issue also that a lot of people are very interested in recent years is the issue of data security and privacy. The conversation about data, at least in my opinion, has oftentimes revolved around the issue of private data or the issue of personal data. Of course, we have personal data, but we also have non-personal data. And oftentimes the non-personal data is just as important, if not more, when it comes to development issues. Now, the movement of data brings with it, of course, security risks, which means that we need a robust and a well-equipped cybersecurity and data protection mechanism. In Africa, I think continentally, we already have the Malabo Convention, which, if memory serves me right, last year we finally, after some odd 5-6 years, finally achieved the minimum number of ratifications necessary for it to come into effect. But as I mentioned already, that the reason why probably it took so long, and the reason why probably we haven't seen the Malabo Convention being adopted as widely as it should be, is that we have the issue of data sovereignty, where most countries, most member states prefer self-governance over their data. And what we mean by this basically is that they prefer to maintain oversight over the data life or the data the data life cycle, from its creation, from its transmission to its storage, everything across the board. They prefer to be involved in that. But this then poses a problem when it comes to trying to achieve continent-wide interoperability, in that different regulations and different standards when it comes to data protection cause some sort of a fragmented ecosystem. And there's also friction when it comes to that. So there's also, first of all, a need to strengthen our data privacy and cybersecurity laws in this aspect, but also there's a need to harmonize them. And this is important because while self-governance is important, one of the recommendations that is made in the data policy framework, which also we will talk about a bit later, is that maybe data specificity is a more suitable outcome rather than data sovereignty in its entirety. And sovereignty here is being used very lightly, but I think the key term to use there is rather data localization. The idea that the data that is produced within a country stays within the country and only leaves the country subject to certain rules or subject to certain clearances. In a system that aims to be efficient and timely, these sorts of regulations, these sorts of laws can be quite a hindrance in that aspect. But as we know, data does not move, physically. It all exists in the web. And cloud storage is quite an important aspect of this, the ability to store the data and the ability to move it out. Currently, there are not a lot of cloud storage centers or data centers in Africa. They are very expensive, and those that we do have currently have not actually been constructed or put in place by African governments or by African companies. As it seems, most of them are from American companies who are trying to improve their their services to people within the African continent. And so there's a bit of a disconnect there in that one is driving a business interest while the other is trying to serve I guess, a socio-political interest. And so that's one of the issues that has been identified there. Now, this is an image from 2022. It is most likely outdated a little bit now, but also this is another problem when it comes to updating our figures, is that the data exists in silos. Different companies, different countries have different information, and the inability to share it also means that the information we receive is not as accurate or as timely. But as of 2022, at the end of 2022, these are the number of centers that we had across the continent. As we can see, we had about 5 countries dominating when it comes to data centers. But within these 5 countries, only about 4 of these data centers are mega data centers. That means data centers that are running 24/7 and serve a population of over 10 million people. And so when it comes to the interoperability aspect of it, data centers are an essential an essential part of it. And the lack of them means that from the onset, the ability to move data is impaired. And so there needs to be probably some sort of infrastructure investment when it comes to data centers. Now, looking at some of the
you have 5 minutes for presentation.
Sure, I'll be done in a minute. Now, when it comes to the socioeconomic risks, we already have seen and we have heard about the digital divide in Africa, that basically the digital divide inhibits interoperability. And what we mean by this is that a lack of access prevents the establishment of a universal framework. Essentially, the figure that I'm showing you now shows us what we mean by this digital divide. I think the previous speaker spoke about the global internet penetration figures, but also when we look specifically at sub-Saharan Africa, we see that just about 25% is connected, but the usage gap is very high. And what we mean by the usage gap currently is that these are areas that have access to the internet or have access to internet infrastructure, but for some reason they cannot access the internet. Now, there are different reasons for this. It might be pricing of the data itself. Africa is home to, I think, about 4 of the top 10 countries where data is the most expensive. But also it could be to do with issues such as device availability or affordability, and so on and so forth. And so the digital the digital divide is one of those hindrances. That's a socioeconomic hindrance. We also have data monopolies. I've already spoken a bit about the issue of data silos, where data exists in one company or in one area, but data monopolies takes that further a little bit and says that the people who hold the data or the people who produce data in Africa tend to be the same culprits or the same people over and over again. And oftentimes we find that these are not African companies, but more foreign tech companies that dominate and hinder access for local organizations. One particular project we worked on last year looked at issues to do with how data access was free for American companies for data that was collected by American companies. But when an African company tries to access the same data, they had to fork out close to $500,000, just to $500,000 to access the same data. And so this uneven playing field in terms of who gets to collect and who gets to keep the data is a big hindrance as well. Now, in terms of compliance and governance, I think I've already touched upon this a little bit, that we're improving when it comes to data protection laws, but the inconsistent standards hinder data exchange. And so harmonization is necessary in that regard. But I'm sure everybody is already aware of the digital transformation strategy that emphasizes data interoperability and proposes actions. And so while not directly enforceable, the DTS serves as a guiding framework to motivate member states, but it's not yet clear. We don't yet have metrics or any way to measure just how much the DTS has been implemented. And then, of course, I also spoke briefly about the African Union Data Policy Framework. Again, this has to do with the issue of not being able to track it, but also not being fully adopted by most member states. And so by not being able to work these recommendations into the laws, there's a gap there that needs to be filled. Now, the recommendations that we make in the paper, first of all, is that we need a clear and robust governance structure that is adaptive to regulatory frameworks and needed to harmonize diverse platforms and standards. So there needs to be a balance between standardization and flexibility, as we know currently, and as AI is showing us in different contexts, that the world around data is shifting very quickly, and trying to be very rigid can be counterproductive. And then governments need to play a more proactive role by encouraging adoption through incentives. For instance, financial support, collaborative partnerships with private sector is very essential in this regard, because currently in the continent, the private sector are the main producers and storers of data. And so being able to access that for the common good would only benefit us in a big way. And also there's the issue of cross-border data flows, cross-border interoperability standards that we can look into. And at the end of the day, engaging diverse stakeholders also ensures inclusive policy development. Oftentimes when it comes to negotiating these policies, we're often at loggerheads between people in industry, academia, civil society. And so there's this aspect, this concept of data, I think they call them data villages or data, I think I've forgotten the name, but it all has to do with fostering ownership over the data and getting into like some sort of commitment across the digital landscape. And so engaging different stakeholders can only benefit us in bringing diverse views and diverse interests to the fore. I think for now, that is where I will end, and I'm available briefly to take some questions.
Thank you, Nani, for the incisive presentation of your paper with Caroline. I'm now opening the floor for some questions. Do we have questions?
Est-ce qu'on a des questions?
Hi, Hanani. Thank you for the presentation.
Hello.
Hi, Prof. I can see she's also online. I just wanted to find out from you with regards to the challenges that you did identify. There's a strong gap when it comes to African policy that's existing already, in terms of there is robust and available policies that are in place. What can we do to then have these policies implemented more effectively within the African states, particularly for interoperability of data? I saw that you did have recommendations for the government as well as other stakeholders. But what measures would you recommend in terms of more of implementation and domestication as opposed to policy formulation? Thank you.
Any other question?
Prof, do you want to take that? Okay, sorry.
Just a minute, we take a second one, then you answer them once. This is an exciting paper on interoperability, which is becoming a challenge. Arita?
Yes, I wanted to just hear from him in terms of the mapping. I saw quite a lot on private sector industry based. Did he have a look at on the government side? And I also wanted to quickly mention the Smart Africa Trust Alliance, which is a platform to enable data flows in a trusted environment. And so far we have, if I'm not mistaken, 14 countries, Smart Africa member states that have signed up to SATA, and it also includes like a data exchange platform. So I just wanted to find out if it's something that he also included in his research. If not, I'll be very happy to share contacts with him as well.
Anani, you can go on now.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I think we decided that I will take the first question and Hanani will take the second. A fellow online participant is also speaking. If they could potentially mute. Okay, I'll just keep talking. So that question about ramping up policy making whilst being slow on the implementation, that's a really good question. And the way that I think that the two work, if the host can perhaps mute Cynthia, that would help. So the way I see it working is that before we proceed to come up with new policies, we actually do have to do a retrospect and see how we're doing with what we have, right? So to analyze how we're doing, how it's working, and I think that's where we should stop. Instead of going on, like you rightfully say in the question, creating more policies, I think we stop, we evaluate what we have, what's been domesticated, how far it's been implemented, if there are any gaps, fill those gaps, and once we're clear about that, then we should move on. So in a sense, I think we're talking about halting, keeping on ramping the policy-making space and just making sure that we've got the ground covered. So I think in your question, the answer was embedded. And all I'm really saying is just reiterating what I think that question was aiming for. I'm in full agreement. Assess where we are first before continuing to policy formulate.
And then I'll just slightly add to Prof. and just say that one key issue I feel across the board is that there's not a lot of awareness of the benefits of interoperability. And the benefits themselves, we need to teach a lot more on that, of why interoperability is important. I mean, it's a concept that often when it is brought up within the data circles is seen as as a afterthought. And oftentimes when it comes to development issues and to economic development issues, the ability, access for me at least, is that access is the most important aspect when it comes to data. And interoperability is quite important when it comes to being able to access the data. And then towards the question in the room, yes, we looked at some of the government-backed exchanges. If you managed maybe to look at the paper, I think we also did find the one that was, if not, maybe we omitted it, but I'm very aware of the one that Smart Africa has put together. But the key highlight of that was that the majority of interoperability platforms, exchanges, and standards are not by governments. Oftentimes they are by the private sector, and then governments use them as a user, but not as a creator. And so that's kind of where the problem is. But the problem is in that when you are not the creator of a platform or not the creator of an exchange, oftentimes you are at the mercy of whoever the creator is. And when we're talking about mass adoption and when we're talking about mass use, the private sector oftentimes is not the best leader. And so it will be more preferable in that aspect. But yeah, I think we're in agreement. I know we have looked at them, just that there are not many of them, rather. I think I see a hand also online.
Right.
Yes, thank you so much, Hanan and Prof, for that very good presentation on interoperability. I'm asking this from a layman's point of view, because I've experienced it firsthand, and I'm sure most of you here have had the same challenge. Whenever you travel from your own country to the next country, could be even your neighbor, just next to you or far away from you within the African continent, your mobile phone goes off immediately. And I believe that speaks to exactly what you presented here. So I'm asking myself, will we ever reach a point where I can comfortably, I'm a Kenyan, I can comfortably travel to South Africa and my phone will still be connected? How long do you think we are going to take to reach there? And what are the best ways we can, champion for that? Thank you.
Okay, so I'll take that one. I think in terms of interoperability, it's not quite where we were at, but in terms of infrastructure, I think already we are there. The infrastructure exists to be able to use your Kenyan number or your Kenyan SIM card in South Africa, for instance. I've seen this in Europe over a few travels of my own, where buying one SIM card allows me to travel wherever in Europe and still use the same SIM card and access my data. The aspects there I don't think has to do with infrastructure or policy. I think it's more of a service provider issue, wherein they need to come to agreements with other service providers within different countries to see whether they can provide services for you. How far we are from that, I'm not sure. It's more of I guess a private interest issue. But yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you very much, Nani and Caroline. Let's give the presenters of the first session a round of applause. I think the conversation continues, and one aspect of interoperability is that it's also going to affect rolling out of most of the digital marketing and also transaction, and also the African Continental Free Trade Area, because maybe most of the trading will happen online. However, that is where we need more emphasis, maybe a policy intervention. When Victor was going out, he was talking about now our next chapter is phase 3, and we have to think about AI and new digital innovations and bring the aspects of data governance in this. And I know Mala is very interested in this policy issues at the international level. So thank you very much. We are going for lunch. Let's come back 2:10 for the afternoon session so that the paper presentation go very fast. We have another policy panel session. So question and answer, and this answer, I think by the end of today, we'll be able to get them. And if we don't get them, we go to the data governance phase 3. Thank you. to join. Yeah. We are starting the session 2 of a parallel paper presentation. This afternoon in group 1, we are going to have 2 papers. I'll invite Chrissy Dube to come and present their papers. Just a minute. Chrissy Dube and Nemeka Omadike from Good Governance Africa are presenting a paper on strengthening data-driven policy and data governance in Africa. Kindly share the slides for Chrissy Dube. Welcome, Chrissy.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back from lunch. They always say that after lunch people are sleepy and it's the graveyard shift, so I'll try to make the presentation as interesting as possible and also as short and straight to the point as possible. So today I will be co-presenting with my colleague Nameka, who is online, and we are presenting our paper that we co-authored with Pranesh Desai, who is now pursuing his PhD in the USA. The title of our presentation is Strengthening Data Governance and Data-Driven Policy in Africa. So this presentation will give an overview of the authorship, the research questions, the literature review, some casual pathways, the model specification that was used, key variables will be outlined and defined, the mapping sample will also be detailed, the results as well as the dive into the case study, and implications and findings before conclusions. With regards to the authorship, as I had already stated, we co-authored this. It was myself, Nameka, and Pranesh. We belong to the GIA team, which is the Governance Insights and Analytics team at Good Governance Africa, and we primarily work with data in that team, the methodologies, as well as interrogation of data and giving data a meaning. So Good Governance Africa is a research and advocacy think tank, and we exist to strengthen the state in Africa. We're a Pan-African organization, so we're trying to build strong states, strengthen the states, and at the same time encourage the private sector to not be policy takers but partners for sustainable development, while empowering citizens to hold their governments to account. So in this paper we set out to answer primarily two questions. The first one being, to what extent, if any, has the introduction of National Data Governance Framework or the lack thereof influenced the capacity of African countries to pursue more effective data-driven policy? And the second research question was, are the data governance gaps which exist in Africa, more often horizontal gaps, which is countries with frameworks, and countries without, or vertical gaps, which is the depth or breadth of the individual frameworks that exist, or is it a combination of both? We used a sample of 41 African countries over a period of about 16 years between 2004 and 2020. We examined whether a meaningful relationship exists between the expansiveness of a country's data governance frameworks and the same country's capacity for data-driven policy. We employed a mixed methodology in the study, which comprised of qualitative empirical research, which was a rigorous literature review that informed the design of the model, as well as quantitative data from the regressions that will be demonstrated. To some extent, our quantitative analysis using the traditional OLS regression reinforces the connection, and there are concerns, however, of reversed casualties, which we did deal with thanks to some of the reviews that we received during the course of writing the paper. We then had an in-depth case study of 3 African countries, namely the Gambia, Gabon, and South Africa, which provide additional insights suggesting that expansive data governance frameworks may enhance statistical capacity in the long run. While a definitive causal relationship is not yet established, the evidence indicates that such frameworks are likely to have adverse effects. From reviewing the literature, we found that the proliferation of data in both quantity and importance is one of the defining trends in the 21st century. Africa is experiencing a surge, and with it, associated concerns of data abuse, and this has been, articulated in detail by the previous speakers from the morning session. In response, many African governments have introduced frameworks on data governance, though these still have some gaps. As indicated in the previous presentation, the frameworks may not necessarily be effectively implemented, although they exist. There are also concerns about the deficit in institutional capacity to support robust data governance initiatives. And while there is growing awareness of the importance of data governance across the world, the literature suggests that data governance in Africa is still underdeveloped and under-researched compared to other countries. Due to a lack of the required technical skills and economic constraints, developing countries are more prone to, face challenges and struggle with implementing effective data governance frameworks. In the research paper, we identified, 6 challenges to effective implementation of data governance. The first one being the regulatory inertia, where African countries often face difficulties adapting to existing regulations while they are rapidly evolving to the digital landscape. And this was also, covered in detail by previous speakers. And this leads to the persistence of outdated frameworks. The second challenge is the capacity gap, which arises from limited resources and expertise and manpower in regulatory agencies and in public institutions that do not have effective data management structures to oversee the data. And the third one is the implementation gap, which is a noticeable gap that exists between the formulation of data governance policies and their enforcement or effective implementation thereof. And this is largely due to bureaucratic hurdles and resource constraints in different countries. The fourth challenge that we identified was financial constraints, which is also something that was discussed in terms of monopolies that exist. Regulatory agencies often struggle to secure adequate funding to enforce data governance and rules and regulations in some African countries, due to these monopolies when it comes to access to data. The fifth one is asymmetry with technology firms. The significant power and knowledge and the imbalances between African countries and the global tech platform makes it challenging to negotiate favorable data governance terms. This was also covered in detail by previous presentations. The last challenge that we identified was the knowledge gap, in that regulatory agencies often lack a full understanding of the complexities of data governance in the digital age. I'll now present the framework that we developed in the study as a data governance framework, which should be policy-driven. The relationship between data governance and data-driven policy is depicted in the framework that you are seeing on your screens. The relationship is obviously contingent on some of the factors that are highlighted in the orange blocks, which include GDP per capita, population size, urban proportion, government effectiveness, as well as voice and accountability. It's important to note that while we excluded the Human Development Index and other governance indicators from the World Bank, governance indicators as controls in our model, this was due to potential multi-coloration between the indicators. We acknowledge that these indicators may contribute to stripping away parts of the components of the relationship between data governance frameworks and data-driven policy. With regards to the collaborative nature of the robust data governance framework, we acknowledge that the possibility of reverse casualty or endogeneity does exist. Also, the possibility that data-driven policy can impact the scope of a country's governance framework. Finally, reverse casualty that was then addressed in the regression analysis using mixed effects and accounting for initial conditions in statistical capacity. I will now invite my colleague, Nameka, to present the regression and the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Chrissy. Hi, everyone. My name is Nameka. I'll be speaking about the methodology, the regression results, the country case studies, and also some of the policy implications of the findings that we have, and lastly, some concluding remarks. So, for our regression analysis, talking with the methodology here, for our regression analysis, we used two models. The first is the traditional pooled ordinary least squares model, which some of you may already know. And this model, as some of you may already know as well, overlooks country level or group level differences, right? So this was our first model. And then for our second model, we considered a country level mixed effects model with initial conditions and statistical capacity. In 2004, we included this model to address potential issues related to reverse causality, which is the possibility that countries with higher statistical capacity scores may be more likely to introduce a more robust and more comprehensive data governance framework in the first place, right? So essentially the idea or the possibility that our dependent variable, which is a proxy, statistical capacity, which is a proxy for data-driven policy making, might impact our independent variable. So we accounted for this using the mixed effects model with initial conditions and statistical capacity. So the model specifications for these two models are outlined there. The first is the pooled ordinary least squares model, and the second one there is the mixed effects model. And you can see the consideration of country level variability at the intercept level there. And then for our analysis, we also, just like Chrissy mentioned, we also considered some control variables that contribute to stripping away parts of the spurious components of the relationship between the scope of data governance framework, and statistical capacity, which is a proxy for data-driven policymaking, and the 5 control variables are outlined there. And then we also consider regional domains in our analysis, right? So we consider this because African countries usually have region-specific frameworks and policies and programs, right? So this might also contribute to our results. And we accounted for this in the pooled OLS model, but we excluded them in the mixed effects model due to potential concerns of multicollinearity. Next slide, please. So here are our key dependent and independent variables. So our independent variable, like Chrissy mentioned, is the scope of data governance framework, right? And this variable is measured on a scale from 0 to 4, where 4 indicates the most comprehensive scope rather. We got this data from the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development's Global Cyber Law Tracker. And the key input factors are outlined there. There are four of them there. These are very important because I'll be speaking largely to them in the subsequent slides. And for our dependent variable, which is the proxy for data-driven policy making, we chose statistical capacity score. And this is a continuous variable measured on a scale from 0 to 100. And the higher a country performs, the better they are on statistical capacity. And we got this data from the World Bank, and the key input factors are also outlined there. Next slide, please. So here we map the scores of those countries on the 2 variables that I spoke about earlier. So specifically the scores of the 41 African countries we included in our analysis on data governance framework, their scope of data governance framework. And then on the right, the scores of the countries on our proxy for data-driven policy making. What is important to highlight here is that we excluded Northern African countries, and this is in line with prevailing practice and research in this area. Right, so often research in this area excludes the Northern African countries due to their
Can
shared...
you just go slowly? It's quite fast. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I was trying to also account for time. Or go slow, thank you. Okay, so these are the scores of the countries on the scope of data governance framework, and also their score on our proxy for statistical capacity. So what is important to highlight here is that we excluded Northern African countries, which is in line with the prevailing practice and research in this area, right? So often these countries are excluded from the rest of Africa and, classified as part of the Middle East due to their shared social, cultural, and historical and economic ties with countries in the Middle East. And they're often classified as part of the broader MENA region. And also they're not often classified as part of the rest of and excludes them from the analysis. So in line with this, we also excluded them from the analysis. Next slide, please. So our results are presented here, and we start with the results of the pooled ordinary least squares regression model, which, as I mentioned earlier, overlooks country or group level differences, right? So the first model here is a simple bivariate analysis. The second model is a multivariate analysis that accounts for the 5 control variables that I mentioned earlier, and Chrissy also highlighted. And then the third model is also a multivariate analysis. It's a multivariate model that accounts for those 5 control variables in addition to the regional dummies. And if you look across the board, you'd see the scope of data governance framework maintains a consistent positive and significant relationship with our proxy for statistical capacity, right? And so essentially the results here tell us that, countries with a more robust and comprehensive scope are to see improvements, positive improvements in their statistical capacity scores. Next slide. So the results here are the results, the country level effects results, right? And like I mentioned earlier, we included this model to account for potential reverse causalities in our analysis. And if you look across the board, you'd see that, across the board, the scope of data governance framework maintains an insignificant relationship with the our proxy for data-driven policy making, right? And what the results here tell us is that when we account for country-level differences, which is what the country-level mixed effects model does, when we account for this diminishes the predictive capacity of our main independent variable, which is the scope of data governance framework, on our proxy for our proxy for data-driven policy making, which is the statistical capacity score. So to unpack these patterns further, we then delved into, specifically given the country-level difference, to then explore the country case studies. Next slide. So the results of the country case studies are outlined here. So we looked at countries like the Gambia, Gabon, and South Africa. Starting with the Gambia. The Gambia is one of the few countries in our data with a very robust and comprehensive data governance framework. And I say it's very comprehensive because it addresses the 4 key areas that we looked at in our analysis. And the 4 key areas are outlined here, specifically data protection and privacy, cybercrime, e-transaction, and online consumer protection. So these are the key areas that we focused on for our research. And the Gambia's legislative act on data governance framework addresses these 4 key areas. So specifically in 2009, the Gambia enacted the Information and Communication Act, right? And when we looked at the scores of the Gambia on statistical capacity over the observed period, or the period we looked at from 2004 to 2020, you would see, or we saw that the Gambia maintained an upward trend, a consistent upward trend within that period, right? Specifically in 2004, the Gambia had the 22nd best statistical capacity score in Africa, but in 2020, it had improved or increased to the 9th best. Next slide. So our second case study is Gabon, right? So Gabon introduced its data protection law in 2011, but its law only covered one area, which is data privacy and protection. So out of the 4 areas, Gabon's legislation only covers one area. And when we looked at the score of Gabon over the observed period from 2004 to 2020, we found that Gabon maintained a downward trend in statistical capacity over the sample period, right? So specifically in 2004, Gabon ranked 32nd of 41 African countries, but by 2020, it had declined to the 39th African country out of the 41 countries that we looked at. Next slide. And then our last country case study is South Africa. South Africa is one of the few countries in our data that has a very robust and comprehensive data governance framework. So South Africa has the POPI Act and then the PIA as well, which is the Promotion of Access and Information Act. And when we looked at the score of South Africa over the observed period, South Africa is one country that maintained a very high score on statistical capacity. So when we averaged the score of South Africa over the sample period from 2004 to 2020, South Africa scored the highest of the 41 African countries. Right. So overall, the country case study analysis tells us or shows us that we can at least feel cautiously optimistic in saying that improvements in data governance framework do not in the least have an adverse or negative impact on statistical capacity, which is a proxy for data-driven policymaking. And also from our finding, it can also be held that the timing and the comprehensiveness, that is the scope of the data governance frameworks in these different countries, can shape the scores or the trajectories of these African countries on statistical capacity. Next slide. So what are the policy implications of our findings so far? So far, we've been able to establish that the data governance framework is important for data-driven policy making. So as a result of this, we first recommend that policymakers should prioritize building robust and strong data governance frameworks, right? And this can also involve investing in training programs for statisticians and other stakeholders, right? So that they are better able, they have the capacity to use data for data-driven policymaking. And secondly, we also recommend that African countries, right, especially the poor-performing ones, can learn lessons from successful ones, for example, and also beyond Africa. They can learn lessons from successful African countries like the Gambia and South Africa, like we showed earlier, right? They can learn best practices from these countries and also adapt some of the successful strategies from these countries to their local context. And this is actually why I think international forums and seminars like this one are very important for people to come together and share best ideas, best practices, and other stakeholders and other people within those forums can learn lessons and take those home and implement those kind of policies and programs and tailor them to their local context as well. And lastly, we also recommend balancing privacy, data privacy and access. This is very important because it allows policymakers and other stakeholders to create a more flexible framework that protects privacy while also allowing for responsible data use while at that. Next slide. So to conclude, for our analysis, we use the mixed methods approach to look at the relationship or understand the relationship between data governance, the scope of data governance framework and data-driven policy in Africa. And our literature and the descriptive statistics in our research shows that African countries have improved their data governance frameworks over the past 20 years, but there are still gaps, just like Chris mentioned. And for our analysis, we used the traditional pooled OLS model. And with this, like I mentioned earlier, this model does not account for, it overlooks country level or group level differences. So with this model, we found a positive relationship between data governance framework and our proxy for data-driven policymaking, which is statistical capacity. But when we introduced country level mixed effects to address issues related to reverse causality, we found that the predictive capacity of the scope of data governance framework on statistical capacity diminished. So as a result, we moved on to look at country case studies of the Gambia, Gabon, and South Africa. And with these case studies, we found that, we can at least be cautiously optimistic in saying that data governance, the scope of data governance framework does not at least have an adverse effect on statistical capacity or proxy for data-driven policy making. And for us to make a more determinative causal inferences, we need more time and the more detailed data, which distinguishes between data governance frameworks beyond the scope, right? The scope we've looked at in future research. Thank you. We'll be happy to take questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Christian Nameka. Any question to Chrissy and Nameka? Yes, Aina.
Thank you for the explanation, Ma. In respect of the coefficient of determinant, R square, considering the variable that you use, it shows that 11% of total variation in the dependent variable was explained by all the explanatory variable. But I realized that if we add more variables, it's going to strengthen the analysis by increasing because the essence of coefficient of determinant is to know the precise or accuracy of the data. But realizing now that 11% of total variation was explained by those 4 variables, I believe that those regional that were excluded supposed to be included as a dummy variable. Maybe it will strengthen our analysis. Because when we, supposing that we have more data, like 10 now, we can use dimensionality reduction, principal component analysis. But when the variable just 4, explanatory variable just 4, and the R square, because I checked the model 5 with AIC is better than the rest. So I believe that we're supposed to explain more or write more recommendation on model 5 because of the AIC and Bayesian information criteria. So that's my observation, Ma. Thank you, Ma.
Any more questions or observations? Yes, Zainat.
Give me an idea. We did a mixed method methodology. Who did you engage with in South Africa?
Okay, I'll take the second question and then I'll let Nameka to, respond to your recommendation. With regards to the mixed methodology, what we did is our qualitative part was more within the assessment of the literature. So empirically and the recommendations from scholars and experts is what we used from a research perspective. So we didn't necessarily get time to engage with policymakers, with scholars, with professors, and have interviews in that regard. But we literally used empirical research recommendations and a rigorous literature review to inform what had already, the work that had already been done. And hence we identified that there is actually a gap within even the research space in that regard. And that was the qualitative part of it. And then whereas the quantitative part is the one that was demonstrated with the regression. But I think that a note taken that it would be good to have maybe some interviews, in-person interviews as well from experts like yourselves, as we could have enhanced the study with some of his recommendations and just hearing from whether it's from scholars, from academics, and from policymakers, a more practical approach, just to see if the literature speaks to the realities, lived realities on the ground. So thank you for that. I'll let Nameka respond to the first comment.
Thank you, Chrissy. And so in response to I couldn't hear very clearly the first comment, but in response to that comment, some of the things I was able to get from there, it was mostly about the R squared of the first model and that of the second model, right? So with the R squared of the first model, right, I do agree that the more variables you include or you integrate into your model, the more likely you are to see an improvement in your R squared. But with this in mind, there are some variables like the HDI that Chrissy mentioned that we thought about including into the model. And then there were also some governance indicators like the rule of law that we thought to include in the model. But, before including those variables, we first ran analysis just to make sure that they're very fit for being included in the model, right? And with our analysis, specifically the correlation analysis, we found that this might introduce issues related to multicollinearity in the analysis, for example, including the governance measure of the rule of law, right, might correlate very strongly with government effectiveness, for example, or maybe voice and accountability, because these are all governance measures and most of them are from the same source, for example, Afrobarometer. So these are some of the factors we took into consideration before including variables into the model. But I do agree with you that integrating more variables might, improve the model or maybe see to more of the predictors or the overall model accounting for the change in the dependent variable. And then with your second comment on the mixed effects model, so the reason why we didn't speak so much or we didn't bother so much on the mixed effects model was because of the results there, right? So when you look at the results, specifically the relationship between the scope of data governance framework and our proxy for data-driven policy, you would say that most of them are insignificant, right? Although it's often said that an insignificant result can still give you something, right? It can still make sense of an insignificant result. But while we try to, get something from those, overall we concluded based on the results and patterns we saw in that model, or maybe even looking at the other predictors in the model can also give you some sense, right? But our main focus is on the scope of data governance framework. So it was because of the results we found for the scope of data governance framework, specifically the insignificant results, we went ahead to conclude that, introducing these country level effects or differences or accounting for them in the mixed effects model diminishes the predictive capacity of the scope of data governance framework on our proxy. And this motivated our choice to go ahead to do a country case study analysis, right? Just to tease out the patterns there, right? Because a mixed methods approach, you can never go wrong with them, just like Chris mentioned. And I hope that helps with your comments or questions.
Thank you very much, Chrissy and Nameka. Let's give them a clap, round of. We go to the final presentation of this session. The final presentation today is by Professor Martina Ferraken and Simon Gonzalez from European University Institute.
Hello, everyone. Can you see my presentation?
Welcome, Simon. You have 20 minutes.
Hello. Okay, can you hear me well?
You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, hello everyone. I'm Simon González Ugarte. I'm Research Associate at the European University Institute. And together with Martina Ferracane, Assistant Professor at the EUI, we are pleased to present a paper in which we have a discussion on data policies related to data transfers across borders. In this presentation, we are going to have a look at the policies restricting data transfers in Africa that we can see and find in national legislations. Then we're going to go in detail about regulation of personal data in Africa related to data transfers. Then we're going to have a little discussion about the policies that we can find in Africa related to preferential trade agreements. And then we're going to have some final thoughts on this subject. But first, a little introduction on this subject. As we all know, African nations have discussed a lot about the need to enable data transfers across borders and also to harmonize the rules on this subject. However, as we can see in this figure, data flow restrictions are increasing regionally, which is something that reflects global trends. As we can see in this figure, since 2010, restrictions have exploded across the world, but also in Africa. Africa is no exception on this. Among the 54 African countries that we have studied, 46 already, at least by 2023, imposed some kind of limit on cross-border transfers. This is something that is very interesting for us because many papers, including very recent ones, have shown the links between the restrictions on data transfers and reduced levels of digital trade. Also, the digital trade in the region, within African countries. Also, we have seen in many studies that the heterogeneity of the rules also have an important impact, negative in this case, on digital trade in services. For this paper, we have used data that has been collected together by the European University Institute and the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa of 54 countries that are all members of the United Nations, and the results can be seen in the Digital Trades Integration Projects database, which is online already. So about the policies restricting data transfers in Africa, more specifically in national legislations, we can see that, again, in this figure, that the restrictions have increased a lot since 2010. They have increased 13-fold. As we can see in these figures, by 2000, there were no restrictions at all. This is a result of lack of regulation on the area. In 2001, we can find the first restriction in Cabo Verde. And then by 2010, already 7 restrictions can be found. However, the situation exploded since that year. In this map, we can see that African countries exhibit a very wide regulatory heterogeneity in their data policies. Some countries lack cross-border data regulations at all, in this case 8 countries. which most of them are least developed nations, with the exception of Cameroon and Namibia. Some countries have more than 4 policies, in this case 5 countries. Algeria is a leader in this. We can find in Algeria 6 policies, then Nigeria, Rwanda, Egypt, and Gabon. They have adopted multiple policies, which is in contrast to other countries that have no restriction at all. So what kind of policies we are talking about? In here, we can separate the types of restrictions in 3 ways. First, we can see the local processing requirements. These requirements are the strictest restriction in which the companies are required to process data locally. There are also restrictions in which data cannot be transferred cross borders at all. Some restrictions mandate companies to have some sort of infrastructure within the country's borders. And these type of restrictions are the most common in Africa, and they cover 48% of all policies that we have studied. We can see an example here in Gabon, in which electronic communication network operators need to have an operational management center for their infrastructures in the country. Conditional flow regimes are other types of restrictions that are very, very common in the region. And these are requirements to, before the transfer of some sort of data, the companies need to meet some conditions. And these account for 43% of the policies in the region. Some policies, before having a look at this example, some policies, and most of them, have an impact across all the sectors relevant for us, relevant for digital trade, or they have an impact on personal data. However, not all restrictions like this. For example, in Liberia, IT, please give me a second, IT and security systems of e-payment service providers should be hosted locally. However, and this is what makes this a conditional flow regime, if the system is hosted in another jurisdiction, licensed institutions shall ensure that the information requested is provided promptly, and that the central bank has unfettered access to the reports generated by the system. Lastly, we have the local storage requirements, and this is the least restrictive type of policy. And in this case, companies are required to have a copy of the data they are going to transfer abroad. This is the only requirement. And this comprises 9% of the policies we have studied. For example, in Botswana, some kinds of companies need to have their accounting records, a copy of them, within the country before a transfer can proceed abroad. So in terms of the sectoral coverage of our restrictions, we can see in this figure that most of the measures are applied horizontally. 59% of them applied across all sectors. The rest of the policies, 41% of them, are sector specific. Most common are impact the financial sector, the telecom sector, public sector, etc. So in terms of the horizontal measures, we can see this example of in Cabo Verde that we discussed previously, in which for the transfer of personal data outside Cabo Verde, some conditions apply. It's only permissible if the foreign country, the recipient country, ensures adequate protection. If this condition is not met, the transfer of personal data to a country to other country need to comply with other types of conditions. In terms of sector-specific measures, there is some type of restrictions that are becoming more and more common across the world, and they impact the so-called critical infrastructure sector. As we can see an example in Morocco to explain this type of restriction, in which companies operating in sectors of vital importance and using data deemed sensitive must host their infrastructure and digital databases on Moroccan territory. Here we're talking about the production or distribution of goods and services essential to the satisfaction of the basic needs for the life of the populations or to the maintenance of the security capacities of the country. These type of restrictions are somewhat different between each other across the world and in Africa as well. However, they sometimes they have in common that they discuss or they regulate things like national security, critical data, and this type of things. In terms of policies of their impact on types of data, we find that over half of the region's policies regulate personal data transfers, 59% of them. The rest of the policies have an impact on a specific and other specific types of data, or have an impact on all kinds of data the companies manage. So as we have seen before, many policies have an impact on personal data, and many of them require an adequate level of protection, of data protection, within the recipient country in order to transfer data. However, not all restrictions are like this. Some countries, like for example Tunisia, require a prior authorization from the authority in order to transfer the data abroad, and this is required in all circumstances. Other very strict conditions apply in the case of Tunisia. In terms of policies on transfers of other types of data, we can see here an example of a policy that impacts all types of data the companies manage. For example, here in the financial sector, no bank shall move in South Sudan, no bank shall move all or any part of their administration, operations, books, or records outside the country without the prior consent of the central bank. Now, more specifically about the regulation of personal data in Africa, first we need to discuss the models that the countries across the globe, but also in Africa, follow in order to regulate the transfer of personal data. So the first one is the open model, the one that at least until very recently the United States followed, in which the data is not, the transfer of data is not regulated. There is no restriction at all in order to transfer data. And in the case of Africa, the countries that follow this model is because there is no regulation on this subject. Most of them is like this. So in the case of the conditional model, as we saw before, some conditions need to be met in order to transfer data abroad, like again the adequacy of the recipient country, the binding corporate rules, standard contract clauses, data subject consent. This is the more common conditions, and this is the model that is championed by the European Union and many countries across the globe, including in Africa, in a process called we can call the Brussels effect. This Brussels effect has had an impact across the globe in order in terms of countries establishing rules that require companies to meet some conditions like this to transfer data abroad. Lastly, we can see the control model, which is the model that, for example, countries like China follow, but also many countries in the region, in which strict conditions, including, for example, a complete ban to transfer data across borders, local processing requirements, which we discussed before, government authorization, infrastructure requirements. This is the kind of policies that countries that follow the control model have in their legislation. As we can see in this figure, until 2000, all countries in Africa followed the open model because of limited regulation in the area. However, and this remained unchanged largely until 2010, but then the situation changed dramatically, and the past decade saw significant regulatory action on personal data, and by 2023, 48% of the countries across the region follow the conditional model, 26% follow the control model and the open model. In our paper, we also studied if the countries have a comprehensive data protection regime. This means a national legislation that is comprehensive enough in terms of protection of personal data. They include provisions about data subject rights, transfer of data. They establish authorities, etc. By 2010, only 7 countries in Africa had comprehensive data protection regime. By 2023, the situation was completely different. 36 countries had frameworks in place already. And we expect this situation to continue growing. But at least by 2023, only 1/3 of the countries didn't have a comprehensive coverage. As we can see in this figure, then the situation has become very fragmented across the region. Some countries that have a comprehensive data protection law follow the conditional model, but some of them follow the control model. Some countries that lack comprehensive data protection law at all follow the open model, but that's not the case with all of them. Some of them follow the control model. In terms of regional and sub-regional schemes in the continent, it's interesting that we can find, for example, the Malabo Convention, the ECOWAS Supplementary Act on Personal Data Protection, and these schemes employ a conditional model for the cross-border data transfers. And, for example, that the countries need to meet the recipient countries need to meet adequate protection standards. For example, in the case of non-ECOWAS countries. We can also find the East African Community Commerce Strategy, which has a different situation. It stresses the necessity to support and incentivize cloud-based service providers to set up operations in the region. And this is to avoid the need for data transfers outside the region. Now, in terms of data flow policies in preferential trade agreements, as we all know, countries across the world are signing and becoming involved in many trade agreements that have some sort of provision about digital trade, about data transfers, etc. In the case of Africa, 43 of these agreements involve at least one African country. Egypt leads in this. They are included in 8 of such agreements. But only, for example, the Morocco-US agreement and the China-Mauritius Free Trade Agreement include a dedicated e-commerce chapter. But none of the agreements in which the African countries are included contain a horizontal commitment on free data flows. However, there is a very interesting recent development. February 2024, 54 African countries agreed to enable regional data transfers under the CFTA digital protocol. Lastly, some final thoughts or important findings in our paper. As we have seen, 85% of countries in the region have imposed some sort of data transfer restriction, mostly in the past decade, and this raises costs for digital trade in services, and this has an impact on the company's abilities to operate in the region. Local processing requirements are the most common type of restriction, and they especially have an impact on finance, telecom, and the public sectors. The conditional transfers are other very common type of restriction influenced by the EU's data protection model, which we have discussed before. This Brussels effect that has driven not only a process in which countries are following more and more the EU model in terms of data transfers, but they are also implementing and adopting more and more comprehensive data protection laws. The Brussels effect is one of the most important elements that has driven at least so far 2/3 of the countries to adopt a comprehensive data protection regime. Also, as a very important finding, this digital protocol that we have already discussed has established some commitments to open regional data transfers, and this could pave the way for a unified framework, but most importantly, it could require more and more countries across the region to adjust their existing regulations and in terms of data transfers in order to maybe only adjust them, but maybe to eliminate these restrictions, which could have a very positive impact on digital trading services. Thanks a lot. And look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Simon and Martina, for the incisive and insightful presentation. Taking questions from the floor. With the African space, looking at African Continental Free Trade Area, this is where the cross-border data transfer is very crucial. So maybe the practitioners within the room, do you have questions to the presenters? Okay, John.
Yeah, I had a question on the last slide where he said that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Digital Protocol, those commitments will potentially require adjustments to existing restrictions, which I believe are the conditional restrictions imposed by data protection acts. I wanted to hear his views whether that is a good thing or a bad thing, because remember the data protection acts are very strong on citizen rights. Are we then saying that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area digital protocols are coming in to dilute those rights? I wanted to hear his comments on that.
A second question, if.
Okay.
Thank you to give me the floor. Bon, j'aimerais savoir comment se fait le transfert des données. Comment s'assurer que lorsqu'on transfère nos données personnelles, que ces données seront protégées. Et dans le cas où l'on ne respecte pas la confidentialité, est-ce qu'il y a des sanctions prévues à cet effet? Merci.
Simon, you can...
So about the French, oh, sorry about this. Just about the French question, can someone translate it also for me? Because I don't speak French. I guess Simon does, but I don't.
There's an icon in the Zoom where you can change the language settings. We have interpreters in the room. You can say it in English. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, it's not that. I know you're bilingual from Cameroon. Thank you. We have simultaneous interpretation services. Okay, fine. Martina, can you hear the translation on the Zoom?
No, I don't know how to set it up, but no, I can't.
Kindly repeat the question so that they can hear.
J'aimerais savoir, lorsqu'on transfère nos données personnelles, est-ce que ces données sont véritablement protégées? Au cas où cela n'est pas fait, est-ce qu'il y a des sanctions prévues pour cela? Merci.
Okay, you can now respond to the questions.
All right, I will try, I'm going to try to answer the first question. In terms of if this digital protocol that we have discussed is a good or a bad thing, for us, we have studied deeply the impacts of policies, including in this sort of initiatives, their impact on digital trade in services. As we have seen in many papers, including very recent ones, these sorts of initiatives have can probably have a positive impact on this type of on this sector, on the trade about digital on digital trade. However, we all know that these initiatives this is more complex than that, and for example, we have also studied if the countries have some sort of or a comprehensive data protection framework, and that these kind of frameworks have create trust among citizens, among the companies to operate in the region or across the globe. And this is also something that needs to be taken into account. So for us, this digital protocol is a good thing, let's say, in terms of digital trade. However, we all know the necessities that countries have, they adopt in the regulations, both in the national legislation and in agreements. There needs to establish some other kinds of rules that have impacts in national security, have impact on protection of the data, privacy, etc., etc. So it's a very complicated subject that has been discussed deeply everywhere. I don't know if Martina has other insights on this.
Just adding a couple of things on that point is a very interesting question, and we cannot fully reply because still the digital protocol depends on the annexes, which are not developed yet. So we really don't know exactly how the commitments are and will be enforced in practice, because it will depend heavily on the way in which exceptions are defined within the annex that still has to be developed. And we are not aware of the language that the countries intend to adopt there. But overall, just a couple of thoughts regarding, so the idea will be that if you get this sort of binding commitment on data flows, the countries will be required to remove within the region, so against other African countries and not with the rest of the world, the restrictions which are applied on local processing. So the local processing will not be able to take place at the national level, but should take place at the regional level. And the same with the conditions. The conditions will not apply within countries, but for the regions versus the rest of the world, which is something that you have already in the European Union. And within the EU, there are no restrictions on the movement of data. So if countries are required to process data within one country, the European Union, actually, after some changes in the GDPR and another regulation, they are now required to process the data anywhere within the European Union, which is something that we think could work also with Africa. So I like the suggestion of this paper, but also of another paper that is now under review, is that the African continent could consider a regional framework and therefore lift the restrictions which are between African countries. Now, whether this will reduce privacy or reduce security, this is a very complex question to answer. When it comes to privacy, there are several studies that show that the conditions are not the way that you can actually protect data, like asking for a consent will not make the data safer, but there are many other ways that you can do domestically without discriminating at the border that might be more effective. And when it comes to security, that's a bit more complicated, but there are also some studies that show that security is not a matter of location of data, but a matter of the way in which you encrypt and protect the data, regardless of where it is physically located. So yeah, I hope this answers your question. But anyway, in terms of the enforceability of the commitment of the digital protocol and what that means for the movement of data within the region, we really cannot say what that will mean in practice, because it depends on the conditions and also on how they are enforced in practice, how they will be enforced by the African Union. And regarding the second question, I'm sorry, but it's in French. I don't speak French, and we couldn't hear the translation in English, so I cannot respond to that.
Sorry about that. Let's clap for Martina and Simon. It has been a rich knowledge explosion afternoon with a very good number of papers, rich insights on data governance with a very broad perspective. I want to see if Professor Ndemo is online. Oh, is here? Is online. Let's just take 5 minutes break. Just walk in and walk out. Is a way.
I am online.
Hello, Prof.
On the line.
Thank you yes, for being. Thank you
I'm
for.
Sorry about.
Okay, I'm trying to make the participants in the room to be ready, especially for us who did not go out after meals. Just walk out within the 5 minutes. Walk out and come back. So it's like it's refreshing. It's a way of saying you are not in one place. Because now we are going to high-level policy panel. This is where if you have all questions, make sure you ask them. It's our, in Swahili they say it's la salama moment to have all questions we have about the data policy and governance, and the outcome of this deliberation will really reform the way forward. And as Victor said in the morning, by the end of the day, we have to come up with something for phase 3, isn't it? Just feel free to walk out and walk in. 5 minutes.
Recording in progress.
just few housekeeping issues. As the day is becoming, the hours are becoming larger. I think we started at 09, now it's coming to 15. That tells you that the hours are getting larger, yeah? So, and we are completing the last session of the day. I like to, we have some mementos from ARC. So as you'll be going out, there are some mementos for you to go back home with. Then my colleague Sheila is around. She will be able to attend to you on some of the logistical issues. For those traveling back within our African space and the global north, that is global north, all the travel logistics will be assisted by Pamela and Maureen. So welcome back to this session. The chair of the session, the high-level policy panel, is Ambassador Professor Bitange Nemo, Kenyan ambassador to Belgium and European Union and Luxembourg. Is one of a passionate researcher in the area of data governance, and he was also a project coordinator for the data governance phase 1. If you have gone through the scoping studies in the link to data governance, he was in the front line for development of the scoping papers, and he paved a way for this data governance phase 2. And that's why he had to find an opportunity to be here today. This is this baby. In the panel, I'd like to ask Malavizi Verapan. I think she has not come in yet. She's a senior data scientist and program manager for data management and services, World Bank. She's one of the key members who are in charge at the World Bank Data Development Group or Data Development Hub that are in charge of world development indicators. So for the economists within the house here today, you have someone who deals directly with those indicators, that database. We have John Olela, Director Central Planning and Project Monitoring at the State Department of Economic Planning, State Department of National Treasury, Government of Kenya. Previously, he was at the director at the Directorate of SDG Coordination. And we know that SDG deals with a lot of data, isn't it? So he'll give us some insight on some of the policy issues around data in that area now that is in the Central Planning Monitoring and Monitoring Unit. That's where incisively more policies about data are. We have Robert Mudida. Professor Robert Mudida is the Director of Research at Central Bank of Kenya, and he will share with us how big, how data governance structure within the central bank and the financial sector is very crucial. So he will be able to share these insights with us. We have Aretha Mare, is a unit manager, data and security infrastructure governance from Smart Africa. I think Smart Africa is one of the pivotal organizations that is transforming African digital space. And Aretha is deep into it in making sure this is managed. They have like 40 country government members within the Smart Africa. We have Catherine Muya, data policy advisor at GIZ. They are partnering with the AU in mainstreaming the AU data policy framework, looking at the policy and the governance. So they are very key members in this data governance space. We also have Aina Matthew. Is the Assistant Director at Nigeria Bureau of Statistics. So he'll also share some insight on us. And you know, the data governance space in Nigeria is quite big. If you look at their data governance, they have like more than 5 organizations talking to the issues of data governance. So being that is a partner to Benjamin. Benjamin is a director at the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. So you will be able to also give us the insights on these data governance issues. So I would like to welcome the panelists up here on the stage, and Professor Bitange Ndemo, Ambassador Professor Bitange Ndemo is joining us online. And Chair, take the mic.
Thank you so much. It's been a long day, and I'd hoped very high hopes on this day. And maybe I make one or two comments before we get into, as our panelists are taking their positions. In my view, the political economy and institutional structure of data policy and governance in Africa are at a very transformative crossroad with new opportunities, challenges, and risks. The region is witnessing rapid digitalization, increasing access to mobile technologies, and booming tech innovation landscape, and yet also grappling with the data privacy, sovereignty, governance issues. I should disclose here that I'm working on a paper on something called passive data migration from Africa. And actually I'm shocked that we have not addressed it in all our discussions since morning. Given the fact that we are looking at what we have, what we can create. But large companies like Google, they have been harvesting African data without regard of the existing regulations. It's amazing what has been gathered, which we are not discussing, which is not within the realm of regulation. But that is not what I'm doing here. I want to ask the right questions which can help us. And I must add also that as I move on to questions, I also wished that we should have taken on practical issues like from SDGs, like SDG 1, and take it through how policy can leverage data to actually completely deal away with poverty. It is possible with predictive models and other things, and some aspects of AI. I think we need a seminar like that, so we move from the academics level to the level of an ordinary citizen to understand that there is something that can facilitate their livelihoods. So having said that, I didn't hear the panelists saying, yes, madam, whether they are present. I heard Malavisi, John Olela, Professor Robert Mudida, Rita Mare. If you are absent, then you say no, and Catherine Muya. Did I get everybody? One, two, three, four, five, six.
Yes, the sixth person you have there is Matthew Aina.
Matthew Aina?
Yes.
Okay. I thought I got Aina. Okay. Now that we are here, my role is to throw questions at you, follow up, and see how far we can go. I would start with Malavisi, the senior data scientist. The first question I can ask you is that you are instrumental in the development of data management in the World Bank. What are your perception on statistical capacity in Africa?
Thank you very much for the warm introduction, and I've been quite enjoying many of the sessions that I attended in the morning. First, congratulations to all the authors. I'm looking forward to reading the papers more in detail. Thanks for the question. Just to start off, at the World Bank, we've been strong advocates of the data agenda for over now 2 or 3 decades. And we produce a lot of data ourselves. We compile and we disseminate data statistics, so there's a whole lot of data management and governance that we do within the institution. But we also work with countries on improving data governance and management in our country engagements. So we take this two-pronged approach. And many of the issues that was discussed since morning also actually applies to us at the World Bank within our own institution. So we can actually really relate to many of those issues. But of course, it's at a different scale when you're trying to do this at a national level. So in terms of the statistical capacity, actually, I'm just coming off another presentation just before this session. One of the authors presented the interactions between government effectiveness and statistical capacity. And there was also a lot of discussion in the morning around the importance of governance in countries in relation to data governance. I just want to re-stress that point in the sense that data governance or statistical capacity doesn't exist in isolation. It does have a great deal of dependency on the overall governance in a country and the effectiveness of the government to bring that focus and attention to the data agenda. So in terms of statistical capacity building in the Africa region particularly, I think even one of the papers that is going to come out as a publication does a more deep dive analysis. From the World Bank side, we have the statistical performance indicators, which was actually launched about 2 years ago, which measures the performance of statistical organizations, and they measure the performance across different dimensions. And this was actually an improved version of a previous index that the World Bank used to produce, but with the intent of looking at data use, which was not covered in the previous previous version of the index. So maybe there I want to make 2 points. When we think about statistical capacity or even broadly data governance, there are large gaps in data for sure. And a lot was discussed actually in the earlier session around the data gaps in the Africa region. But there's also data that is available, and the question we need to ask ourselves is that, are we using that data effectively? Are we using it and reusing it for, for extracting the maximum value out of that? So a lot of the statistical capacity agenda that we have, we also need to start shifting our mindset in terms of not only producing data, but also looking at how do we improve the use and reuse of data that is generated, is collected, also become the data stewards within the country to promote use and reuse of data that is generated by other data providers, whether private sector or citizen-generated data. The statistical capacity agenda needs to really put data quality, really need to elevate the agenda of data quality, because there is this notion that administrative data, data from mobile network operators or big data can magically come and fill gaps in survey data that exists, but it's not the case. I think I'm talking to many of the data experts here, and you understand that. It requires a high rigor of data quality assurance to ensure that data is fit for purpose for statistical purposes. So a lot of this new thinking needs to be integrated into the statistical capacity building agenda. And again, linking the agenda to the broader data governance and digital transformation initiatives that are happening in the country, so that statistical capacity building and the national statistical offices don't become too isolated from this larger agenda and initiatives that are happening in countries. I can stop here and come back based on other discussion
I just
points.
want to, as you finished, you touched on some very important thing. A lot of NSOs, National Statistic Offices, have not quite embraced big data, and it doesn't feature even in some of their summaries they produce yearly, because the formats that they have been doing or presenting their data, or the ways that the data is required by institutions like the World Bank. What have you done to embrace big data, which is much more impactful than the methods that are being used?
Question for me, or oh, sorry, I wasn't sure. Sorry, I couldn't tell.
You're the one who.
Yes. So, I mean, we're doing a number of things in terms of how we are using big data ourselves within the institutions for our own analytics purposes. We have established geospatial labs, which are which have first streamlined the access to satellite imagery data, making it easier for the data users within the institutions to use this data along with other microdata that we have access to. We also have set up what we call a development data partnership, where we've created partnership agreements with other agencies and private sector companies which are willing to provide data for public good purposes. And we've created data labs within the institution which are helping to experiment with, conduct experimentation on the methodology, to improve the methodology of using these data sources. I mean, I can share some of those resources if that's useful. But separately also we have several initiatives where we are providing grants to countries to use alternate sources of data. One prominent one is the data from mobile network operators. And we're working with statistical agencies to see how we how this data is first fit for purpose, for the policy priority you have. Again, a lot of this work is expensive work. It requires infrastructure to process large amounts of data. You need the capacity, you need the infrastructure, you need the manpower. So it's really important to evaluate whether this is required for the policy priority of your country. And then if it is important, then being able to set up the foundational infrastructure and being able to experiment and see how you're able to, mainstream or bring this data into statistical production.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would shift to John, who's been a director, central planning and project monitoring at the State Department of National Treasury of Kenya. You previously held the docket of SDGs coordination. What are the opportunities and challenges that the government can take into consideration at the Central Planning Unit to improve the outcomes? Are Kenyans' data systems resilient enough to inform policy implementation adequately in the area of SDGs? Almost similar to the question I asked on say, tackling poverty. What have we done to impact?
Okay, thank you, Professor. I think maybe let me indicate that when SDGs were ratified, it was a great hope that this would ensure that would ensure prosperity to humanity without impacting on the planet. This would ensure the balanced development where the economic, social, and environment are taken into account at the same time. Now, on the issues of data, I held the Directorate of SDGs some time back. But what happened in Kenya is that when SDGs were ratified in 2015 and domesticated, the first step was to establish baseline data, because again, this is the only way that could lead to proper planning for achievement of the goals. So what happened is that baseline data was established along the 242 indicators of the 169 goals. But due to the challenges of data, the country was only able to establish about 112 indicators. So you're only sure of the baseline data for 112 out of the 242 indicators. The implication is that now tracking will only be possible for the indicators whose baselines we had established. And this facilitated the development of a roadmap for implementation of SDGs. From where we were at 2015, targeting to achieve all the goals by 2030. A roadmap was developed, which was to be tracked and monitored and reported on every year. But we are starting from a point of challenges in data. I want you to focus, for example, everybody knows productivity for subsistence farming has been declining from multiple sources. When are we going to arrest that and say you can't increase productivity in subsistence farming unless we do something else? But we keep on saying we are getting data where it's not impacting on policy on the ground. When do you think we can say such a thing? Yeah, sure. So, Professor, I think these are the strategies that now the roadmap specified that at the level at the baseline even figure, and then strategies were put in place. Now working with the Ministry of Agriculture and all the relevant stakeholders in the produce sector, worked towards improving the productivity. And then the challenge that I was coming to has been just the issues of data, where again, you can only act on what you measure. So we've had challenges, but the point I was coming to is that working with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, we have tried to improve this data situation, point that as of 2024, able to track and report on 168 indicators of the SDGs. So as a country, currently we are able to report on 168 out of 242 indicators. And this has been realized through working with, we've gone outside the normal traditional sources of data, and currently we are working with, in Kenya we have a very strong civil society in the space of SDGs. So the data that they are able to collect, the Bureau of Statistics has come up with criteria for validating these citizen-generated data. So the CSOs that are working probably in the agriculture sector, they collect their data, which then is validated by the Bureau of Statistics, and this is used to even plan ahead, because now we have the data that we use to plan ahead, so that then we can tackle the issues of productivity and many other issues across all the goals of the SDGs that we are having.
Thank you so much. I'll move to Professor Robert, the Director of Research, Central Bank of Kenya. The Kenya financial sector has rapidly digitized, setting as a stage for broad economic prospects with the emerging challenges of cybersecurity and high physical risk attached to data privacy and protection. What measures has the central bank put in place for consumers and investors with respect to protection? What areas of improvement can you suggest for financial sector data governance, especially the private sector players?
Okay, thanks a lot, Prof. I'll answer the question by giving a bit of context first. And just reinforcing that what central banks do primarily, and particularly the Central Bank of Kenya, what it does is it formulates and implements monetary policy. That's its, you could say, its core function. And how data comes in there is in order to formulate monetary policy to achieve the primary objective of price stability, and then we also keep in mind other objectives like growth. You need to do accurate forecasting of inflation, and you need to do accurate forecasting of growth. Now, in a big data kind of context, central banks, including the Central Bank of Kenya, are increasingly relying on high-frequency data and sort of what we call nowcasting, to get a sense of forecasts around the present, just the recent past, and maybe 1 or 2 quarters forward. And that is very, very important in monetary policy formulation, because often you're trying to balance price stability as the main objective, but also you look at growth. So we're dealing with new forms of data, come from the big data world, that help you to do that. Second critical function of central banks is financial stability, to ensure financial stability. Now, in this regard, we have a very, very big project ongoing at the moment, which is called granular data integration, where we are supervising and regulating financial institutions, trying to get data on almost real-time basis from commercial banks. So it's a massive project, multi-year project that we've been engaged in. Yeah, so that is very critical. And then the third, of course, critical function of central banks is to do with payment systems, ensuring efficient and effective payment systems as well. All right. So just to draw more particularly, to focus the discussion a little bit and in line with your question, in about 2018, the central bank, aiming to be a world-class modern central bank, started on its data transformation journey. And one of the big sort of landmarks in this journey was to, first of all, in the light of big data trends, to develop a world-class enterprise data warehouse system. So we took 2 years to set up the infrastructure, centralized infrastructure where you could store data, massive amounts of data. Yeah. But of course, you know, storage is not enough. In fact, the central sort of tenet of data governance is actually quality. So we had to think of, you can have an enterprise data warehouse system, but then one thing you want at the end of the day is quality. You want data that is of good quality. So then that meant now thinking much more about data governance issues, looking at coordination as well of data, and then ultimately usage, because you want to be able to use this to achieve the mandate of the central bank in different ways. So in 2022,
I want to add something just where you. I want to know whether we actually look at inaccuracies and algorithmic subjectivity. Consumers actually don't have or have very little control over how they are scored, even less ability to dispute unfair biases and inaccurate credit report assessments. So who does it? Do we do regularly to see whether the algorithms are doing the right thing, or who is supposed to do that?
So that is an element. That's an element that comes in the analysis now. In the analysis, to make sure that the analysis is as accurate as possible. and the collection of data is as accurate as possible. So I can just discuss that in the context of the example I wanted to give, which is on this granular data integration project. So in 2022, we began now with this granular data integration project where the idea is to get all commercial banks into the system where we're able to have almost real-time data from them. So having set up the infrastructure, you now want to get the data. We provide them with a format in which we want the data. So we want them to be able to load the data, to also give it to us in a format that we can enable analysis of that particular data, and we can have data that is of good quality in relation to what you're saying as well, minimizing problems of subjectivity and data quality issues. So once you're in that space of granular data, then now data protection issues become very, very central, because you're going to be dealing with personal data. So of course, in line with the Data Protection Act 2019, one of the critical things that the Central Bank of Kenya does and has done as it was developing this granular data integration project, where of course the customers, you could say, were the commercial banks in a sense, was to do a data protection impact assessment to ensure that the risks related to personal data are mitigated as much as possible. We did this in a broad-based way. So we didn't only focus on granular data of financial institutions. We did this for all the data systems within the Central Bank of Kenya to make it a holistic process. And in that process also we hired additional data scientists, analysts as well, to be able to improve quality and to minimize some of those inaccuracies, inconsistencies that you find. So we're in the process of developing a very stringent validation system, because you can have data, but again, if it's not properly validated, especially if it's massive, then it's not going to feed into the functions of the central bank that I mentioned. So at the end of the day, you want to also generate critical reports that aim to basically fulfill the mandate of the central bank in the different areas that we've done. So we're at that stage now where we're thinking a lot about issues of quality. We're thinking a lot about issues of usage. Where can we use this in the financial sector? Of course, also always thinking about issues of financial stability, stress testing from the data that we get. In terms of your second question, the second question you asked about what can other players, particularly private sector players, keep in mind when they're thinking about personal data protection issues, I would say and make a number of points. One is that, of course, they need to be very careful when handling personal data, especially personal financial data. That is always a critical aspect, to make sure they're in line with the law and critical requirements. Secondly, many of them have data sharing agreements. So in their data sharing agreements, they need to constantly ensure that these data sharing agreements are constantly updated and they're in line with legal requirements. Third point is that many institutions operate across borders. So they operate in different regions of Africa, they operate in different regions of the world. So the realization that for many of these private sector players, you're going to be dealing with different jurisdictions that have different data protection standards. So there's a need for these private sector players to familiarize themselves, have an awareness that they are working across different jurisdictions, but also peer learning. I'm a very, very strong advocate of peer learning, what we've been doing here today, learning from different contexts about critical ways of enhancing data governance. So how can we enhance peer learning and learn from other similar firms? Thank you. So that's my...
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll move to Arita Mare. Smart Africa digitalization program for the African continent has made great strides. I think the last we counted, there were 37 countries who are members. What does this imply for its growth prospects? What are the untapped opportunities given the interoperability is still a challenge across African countries where internet penetration is low?
Thank you, Ambassador, and good afternoon, everyone. So I'll start with giving a background about Smart Africa, just for the sake of those who may be hearing about Smart Africa for the first time. So Smart Africa is a Pan-African international organization, and we are now at 40 member states. We have 40 African countries that are now members of Smart Africa. And our vision is to transform Africa into a single digital market by 2030. And we do this by driving digital transformation through a multi-stakeholder approach. So we have, as members of the Smart Africa Alliance, private sector, international organizations. We also have the academia and other non-governmental organizations. And talking about our vision, we have in total so far 34 projects that we are conducting across various aspects. So we have what we call 4 words that we use to describe the work that we do. So we have Connect, where we have digital infrastructure projects under it, and also data governance, cybersecurity, internet governance. We have the Transform, where we focus on capacity building through the Smart Africa Digital Academy, also awarding scholarships within the STEM ICT sector. Where we focus on digital trade and services, and tech entrepreneurship. And the last one, where we are accelerating services and activities within our member states. So we facilitate development of national strategies and plans. We also conduct capacity building and are doing work around a digital economy index so that our countries can measure where they are and where they want to go. And our work is mainly focused on 3 main areas. The first one, facilitation of harmonization of policies across all the digital transformation areas. And then we also build capacity, policy and decision makers, but also going towards the general citizenry. And then the last one, implementation of projects. So I want to talk about the projects that we are doing around data governance or the data economy. So on digital infrastructure, we have a data center cloud project where we have developed a data center and cloud blueprint, but also went on to support Ghana and Djibouti to develop their data center and cloud policy and guidelines. And then around data governance, we were part of the task force that developed the African Union data policy framework. We went on to develop a data governance blueprint based on the recommendations that came from the data policy framework. And from there on, we supported Ghana and Senegal to develop their national data strategies. And he mentioned the issue of peer learning. We're able to facilitate peer learning between Ghana and Benin, who are also looking to develop their own national data strategy. And then we have various activities that we are doing. And one of the key areas I mentioned in the morning is on the Smart Africa Trust Alliance, which is working towards building a platform that enables digital services and trade. And we have about 14 countries that are signed up to the alliance, and we call it a coalition of the willing. So the countries that signed up interested and are prioritizing this activity. And there's a speaker in the morning, one of the papers that was being presented around interoperability. He mentioned various challenges around interoperability, which we have experienced in our own work. One of the activities through the Smart Africa Trust Alliance is development of a data exchange platform. So I will not repeat what he said, the issue of lack of data, adequate data infrastructure, and adequate capacity, and want to highlight one of the areas that we think is lacking, which is around trust. This has already been mentioned, but I just want to re-emphasize around the fragmentation of data protection and privacy policies, lack of cybersecurity enforcement. So far, I think we had 17 countries that had established cybersecurity authorities across Africa. And recently, I think it's yesterday that Cote d'Ivoire established one as well. So we're now at 18. So this is still work in progress in terms of enhancing trust around the sharing of data and also the implementation of these interoperability platforms. One other thing is usually when we're talking about data exchange, it's in high interest areas that are also very highly political. So it would be very helpful sometimes if we could consider also starting piloting with areas that are of less political tensions and also not of very high interest, so that we can learn from them and then build on from there. So we're talking about untapped, what are the untapped opportunities? In less than 25 years, our population in Africa is going to double. I talked about our vision to transform Africa into a single digital market. That is a huge market that we need to tap into. So in terms of trade, we trade more with other regions, for example, with Europe, than we trade amongst ourselves. So increasing intra-Africa trade, and we need cross-border data to flow amongst our countries, and we need to make sure that there is facilitation and the trust and security that's required for that. So the other thing that I wanted to quickly mention is the issue of change management. So sometimes we do have the policies implemented at the high level, but the implementation right down to the public officers, for example, like the immigration officers, for them to be able to implement and be able to exercise what the aspirations are at the high level, it's quite difficult. Due to a number of areas. So if it's something that can also come along with implementation of policy, but also the change management and the capacity building that's required so that there's smooth implementation on the ground. So I will want to stop here by just highlighting some of the push that's available. So I have some statistics that we conducted when we, some of the benchmarking that we did in developing national strategies, that countries want to build this kind of platforms to drive comparative advantage, right? And then the other one is to build trust. So how do we enable these two main areas when the priorities are different across the countries? I will stop here. And
you are not stopping because you mentioned trade. I think you know we did a study on cross-border payments, and you don't find a lot of digital people carrying hordes of cash. Then some of it we were not able to report because between Kenya and Ethiopia, there's a lot of crypto going across and payments made, settled. In a very advanced way. I don't know what you're doing to bring these people into formal space. You don't have to answer because there is hordes of cash across board, and we are talking about digitalization.
Okay. You said I don't have to answer because that's really a big question and a difficult one. But it's something that we are working towards. I have colleagues that are working on digital payments and e-commerce activities, and we have developed blueprints on roadmaps that countries can use to implement within their countries. So I think that would be very useful, but I don't have the details to be able to respond to you adequately on that one.
Yeah, just get Walubengo there. He can. Now he's a government official. He may not talk, but anyway. Let me move to Catherine. AU is rolling out the data governance framework with the law adoption of the Malabo Protocol. So what are the prospects of this happening? What pathways are feasible to fast-tracking good data governance practices across Africa? Where are we? What incentives do countries have to adopt good practices envisaged by the framework of the Malabo Protocol?
Okay, thank you. So, again, my name is Catherine. I work at GIZ, and we support the African Union Commission in the implementation of the African Union Data Policy Framework. So, the difference between, or rather, looking at a lot of instruments that come out of the African Union. I'm a lawyer, so I have a legal bias. The convention is a legislative instrument with binding repercussions, right? And until now, only 15 states have actually signed the convention, but if you look at the scope of the convention as well, it talks about cybersecurity, data protection, establishment of national data authorities, and to some extent, e-commerce. So these are a lot of things within the convention, and of course, because it has binding force, it means it has binding obligations to all the states, and I don't think that we have discussed maybe the reasons for very delayed ratification of this convention. But nonetheless, it has happened, and now I think having like a lot of things happen between 2014 and 2024, there are even discussions around whether the convention is still fit for purpose or it needs to be amended or revised. But the thing about the difference, and I think I want to emphasize here about the data policy framework, is that it is a policy framework coming out adopted by the Executive Council of the African Union, and it really is a visionary document that sets out the vision of Africa and the purpose on how to achieve their digital transformation goals. So the documents are complementary in this sense, in the sense that the policy framework looks at what are the foundational things that you need in order to make use of data. So it's really about how do you maximize the value of data for African societies. And it looks at, and I think we like the first speaker also talked about it, like you need the foundational infrastructure in order to, and I think even the colleague from the central bank, they had to set out the foundational systems in order for you to then now build upon the systems to make use of the data. So the policy framework really calls upon states to look at different levels of preparatoriness or different levels of preparation that you need in order to then now reach your final goal. So it looks at foundational infrastructure, it then looks at markets, it looks at value creation, it looks at all these things in a systematic way. And at the end of it all, and Aretha mentioned it, it sets out a plan for implementation. So how are we actually going to make sure that we move into realizing this vision and mission that we are setting for ourselves? And I think that the reason that it doesn't come with a lot of stress of legal binding is a good thing. Because again, the convention did come with all this, like for instance, in Kenya, if you ratify the convention, then it automatically becomes binding, right? It becomes a source of law, and then it compels governments to actually set up these authorities and all these things. But I think that with the policy document, the fact that it's actually a visionary document is a good thing, because it means that we have things that we can aspire to, and the implementation also gives us a roadmap as to how to get there. And what we are doing now is really trying to see how, to what extent can we support African Union member states to actually begin this process of implementation. And I want to give an example of something that the framework actually does, because it looks at at a national level, what are the different types of coordination that you need. So it also looks at the role of statistic bodies, the roles of central banks, the role of the competition authority, really looking at a national level, what role do as players have in ensuring that you play your role in this data ecosystem. I think in the morning we had this role of coordination and what are the legal inconsistencies that you have. So for instance, even with the convention saying you need to set up data authorities, from a legal perspective, this has to be a legally created office, right? Like it's created by a national instrument. But in doing so, countries adopt different positions on issues such as data localization, for example, which are set out in these instruments that set up the authority or in different legislative instruments. And what the policy framework is saying is maybe you need to look at a national level if there are any inconsistencies that you need to address in order to look at the value that you can gain from data. I mean, so it calls us to then set out this, so we have a continental vision, we have a regional vision, because we also try to work with the regional economic communities as well to ensure that we are trying to promote a systemic level of harmonization amongst people who are members of ECOWAS, people who are members of different regional blocs, recognizing this. And it's good that you start from a common vision and a common principle, because for Tanzania, for instance, is a member of EAC and also a member of SADC. So you would see how different approaches within two regional blocs would then impact their own national position, you know? And a lot of times countries legislate with the intention of ensuring that big tech doesn't take advantage of us, forgetting that we actually have businesses that operate within our environment. So for instance, if Kenya, like we can take an example of the EAC, and we learned this in one of the exchange that we organized, and we invited private sector to this exchange just to listen to the views of industry when it comes to issues around, like when we talk about like cross-border flows and all these things. I don't know if...
Let me bring... I sometimes like that our discussions come to a normal human. You have said very good things about the Malabo and stuff. A farmer in some village who wants to know data about productivity, what needs with the fertilizers, whatever. What do we say about open data? That impacts development on the ground? Where are we with respect to open data for development?
Well, I think that I wouldn't be able to say like where we are as a continent with that, but I would be able to say that the idea is to encourage open data policies, right? So that we are able to actually benefit from it. So I don't know. Yeah. So.
Yeah, because sometimes we get stuck in terminologies like localization, data monitor, data whatever, data, and ordinary people shut their mind because it's not getting through. Yeah. But if we went and said that don't plant maize until you know the soil type, until you know the alkalinity of the soil, acidity of the soil, and what kind of fertilizer you use in this. Now we are impacting the ground.
Yeah.
And that can be said even in vernacular. And that's why we are talking about data. But if we talk about it ourselves, who understand, and that's what I mean by Malabo Convention has to be actually synthesized, brought into a very simple state. Is that possible?
To bring it down to a very simple state? I think...
Which anybody understand what it is. Even myself, I don't know how to say data.
In Swahili. Well, I think so, and I think one of our projects within GIZ is to actually try and see how do we simplify the African Union Data Policy Framework itself, because it is a big document that's 86 pages, and we try now to look at what are the creative ways in which you can do it. And I think it's not so difficult. Before I worked at GIZ, I worked at a civil society organization where I tried to come up with storytelling ideas of how to communicate data protection. So for instance, like if you live in Kenya, you know that if you drop your school, I try to use this example of dropping your kid off at school in the high school, and then you have to register, but the book is stolen, and then the parents are lied to, and then and to try and give people like a really relatable example about data and about like why this is important. So I think that we can actually humanize what we are trying to say and humanize the story that we are trying to tell. Yeah.
Very much. That's what I wanted, that we need to make it palatable for every citizen. Let's move to Matthew Aina. His last name is like my friend at MasterCard. The first place I went when we did open data in Kenya was Nigeria. And it shook up people that we can provide data to the public. And I see you are Director of Statistics at Nigeria Bureau of Statistics. So openness and access to data in Nigeria is something that we have been discussing for a very long time. What are the political and institutional barriers affecting availability of data? Nigeria has multiple players in the data governance. Is the policy environment providing a basis for cooperation and harmonization?
Thank you, sir. In respect of data openness in Nigeria, the policy that around it starts from the data collection, because in Nigeria, particularly in the rural area, whenever an enumerator travels there to collect information, those people, they feel skeptical. But we give them assurance that any information that's being given out is highly confidential. And in order to protect data, the National Bureau of Statistics Nigeria have transited from using paper questionnaire for the past 18 years to the usage of electronics in order to maintain data integrity. So we have a software called KPI, Computer-Assisted Personal Interview. So it is that device that we use to collect data from any respondent or organization. And as a result of this, a lot of people a lot of organizations, particularly the World Bank, UNICEF, they are so confident in our data. So coming to some institutions, like a university researcher, they do come to our office, but before the data can be given out, they have to sign some compliance that this data is going to be used strictly for the research purposes and nothing else. So we can build our confidence in them, and they too can build their confidence in us. Then again, no disclosure agreement is being signed, so before the data can be released. Then regarding the data harmonization in Nigeria, we have so many agencies that are collecting data. We have our office, National Bureau of Statistics, CBN, the state government, local government. They make in the past, when they write a report of the analysis, maybe they collect data on a level of education on a particular region. We realize that there are so many disparities, in which cause a lot of people complain that CBN collects this data, NBN collects this data, and the data, the disparity was so high. But about 13 years ago now, up to this present moment, our office, in collaboration with CBN and state and the other state statistical agency, they have been working together to harmonize data so that the three tiers of government will not be bringing out different type of information to the public consumption. Because in the past, when the data, when different data is being sent out, a lot of people doesn't have confidence again in the data that's been rolled out in Nigeria. But now that there are great collaboration and harmonization in the data collection between the government agencies, And that's why the world donor, particularly the World Bank, WHO, and the rest, they are partnering with the National Bureau of Statistics for their data collection and analysis and report purposes. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I will not let you go because there is something.
No, I'm still expecting you, sir.
Yes. Yes. And this is a document, just a paper we did recently on a lot of data now is being used to train models, especially in healthcare. And some of it can actually be, some of it can be open in the sense that it can be used now to train these. How much of the health data one can find for building solutions in the healthcare sector?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Or the rules are the same. You just that you have to come, we give you, you do this. How much of it can a researcher from a university take and train staff for the purpose of curing cancer?
Okay, sir. In related to that health data issue, a lot of organizations, particularly the UNICEF and WHO, they work and they have been doing a lot in Nigeria. In the past 20 years, in the rural community, before you can have access to the healthcare system, it's a difficult problem. But nowadays, virtually all the localities in Nigeria, they have the primary health care. In case of any emergency, that they give them first aid. And there was a survey that was instituted by UNICEF, they call it Multiple Indicator Cluster Survey. And this survey is related to women, in particular women of fertility age. They want to find out the maternal mortality rate and the childbirth rate. So this thing has been helping people, and a lot of publicity has been going on in the office, in Nigeria, on the media, radio, television, and social media, that when you attain certain age, go and test your fertility, because the Nigerian government, they wanted to reduce maternal mortality rate because it's high, particularly in the rural area. And again, and there are some areas in Nigeria, particularly in the northern part of Nigeria, they don't believe in immunization. They don't believe in immunization at all. They said that this polio issue is still affecting them there. But it requires a well-trained staff that are deployed into those states, particularly in the northern part of Nigeria, to tell them, and the people, because of the language barrier, because Nigeria is a multicultural and multilingual country. We have so many, apart from English, Yoruba, and Hausa, there are some local dialects that they are speaking. So our office, they make an engagement with locality to convince their people to announce through the local carrier, trunk crier, to tell people that on so day, the staff of this National Bureau of Statistics, they are coming to obtain this information from your women, so please allow them to enter. Then, because in the northern part of Nigeria, mostly they are Muslim, our office normally engages female services, the indigenous female services, which is our staff, to collect data from them in relation to the issue of maternal mortality rate. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think I have 1 or 2 minutes, which I can throw a small question around you about anonymization of data in your respective areas, from World Bank, whether there is such a thing, then go to John, and if we have such things, anonymized open data.
Thanks for that question. And maybe I could take a step back from there around anonymization to link to your point around open data. And you were asking about, what's the status of open data? I think it's sort of all of this is connected. I think fundamentally, when we talk about data governance, we're really talking about improving data flows and access across different stakeholders. So that could start from data that is personal data that is protected, maybe only available for very specific purposes, to data that is available, anonymized data that is available for research purposes, but even with restricted terms of how you use the data. And then you have open data, which is very broadly available. So I think it's important to keep in mind that you have these different classifications of data and how you would set up your business processes around how these data would flow to who and who's responsible for providing the safeguards. So when we, again, talk about promoting reuse and repurposing of data, one of the things we talk about is safeguards. And most of the discussions around safeguards actually right now is happening around data protection, around the regulations, around cybersecurity, which are all important. But there's also another area which is not really researched yet. There's not a lot of research and evidence available, which is around privacy-enhancing technologies, under which anonymization techniques is one of the ways in which you promote and provide access to data that's otherwise not available. So what we're doing at the World Bank is really working on even more broadly around data governance, building more evidence on what works around some of these technologies. And anonymization techniques are also part of that, building that evidence space. We've actually already released one of the anonymization algorithms as an open source tool as part of the microdata library that the World Bank actually manages. But there are also other resources around that. But I want to just come back to this evaluation and evidence generation more broadly around data governance, which is really critical because a lot of this is time consuming, it takes resources, and also to design policies, we really need to know what works. And doing things that just give very marginal benefits with huge investments may not work for countries, again, with other bigger priorities. So I just wanted to come back and make this point, along with the anonymization technique, which you just questioned that you just posed. This is an important topic, but also around evidence generation in broader data governance context.
Thank you. Because I come from the school of thought that thinks that innovation precedes regulation. So I'm having a lot of trouble here in Europe where they put regulation before innovation. And maybe central bank can say something because if they put regulation ahead of innovation, then we are dead.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. For the central bank, harmonization is very, very critical. And there are certain types of data we deal with a lot. As other types of data where we partner with other institutions, so we're not the primary, say data providers. I would say examples of data that we deal with a lot, because they fall within the areas of what the central bank does in terms of say the functions of the central bank. So that data is used a lot in sort of analysis. Is, for example, external sector statistics. That is the balance of payments related statistics. So the official compiler of balance of payments statistics in Kenya is still KNBS, but we have quite an input from the central bank. So in that regard, we work a lot with the International Monetary Fund So the International Monetary Fund helps a lot in global harmonization, in balance of payment statistics. They have a manual so that you see when certain transactions in the balance of payments occur, for example, exports, imports, portfolio investment, foreign direct investment, remittances, etc., they are treated in a certain way within the balance of payments that is harmonized. Why is that important? Because you need to be able to compare. If you don't have harmonization, then you also can't compare with other countries, and then it's difficult to tell also how well you're doing. Another area where there's a lot of harmonization, and again we work closely with the International Monetary Fund, is monetary and financial statistics. So these are statistics related, for example, to monetary aggregates. For example, different measures of money supply, private sector credit growth, those kind of things. So there also we work a lot with the International Monetary Fund. They have manuals, they have a lot of capacity building. Countries can request for technical assistance. For example, if there is a specific contentious issue where you are sort of trying to assess the treatment or to change the treatment, then the International Monetary Fund can provide technical assistance, and then that can be taken into account. So I'd say for central banks particularly, harmonization is very, very critical, and it's a very big theme in our work. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I would stop here. Those whom I didn't ask a second question is because I love you so much. So I would stop here and hand it over to the organizers. Thank you so much for your responses.
Thank you very much, Professor Ndemo. Let's take two questions, burning questions from the plenary. If you have questions to the panel. If there's no question to the panel, I think we are now...
just ask, you know, we in Kenya we did an open data portal which has not been, we have not kept pace in populating it. If Walu can respond, what are we doing with respect to Kenya open data?
Benjamin is in the audience. Is from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Maybe he can tell us about that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that. I think you are right that we had an initiative of open data system where we were supposed to bring all the data into one place. The challenge was that the hosting of it was placed elsewhere, and whoever was supposed to be handling it was a different player. So I think that's how it is told. But I think KNBS, on our part, we have been reviving our open data systems, and we are now having micro data also being available into a platform that we are calling Canada, that any data that you want, you can get available on that platform. We are also providing data on SDGs on the open data platform, again, that you can always find it. So I think this is how we are being integrated so that KNBS can be able to be a steward in terms of data management and sharing. Thank you.
How do Chinese get to know the consumption pattern of fish and the export to Kenya before Kenyans know the consumption pattern to grow more fish?
You are right. I think the investment in data is also huge. I think one of the speakers said that that for us to grow, we must also see how we prioritize our budgets in terms of data. Our infrastructure for data management is really not that high notch like the Chinese one. If you look at the investment that has put into statistical offices, is very low. Even in terms of uptake, you also talked about the issue about the big data. the slow pace in which we are able to pick it up. It is because that we are also slow in terms of expanding our infrastructure to ensure that the right ICT infrastructure, the right capacities that are available is also slow. But I think these are things that we are also working on with the government to ensure that the capacities that are built, and yet at the moment now we are building a data science lab so that we can now be able to have this analysis in real time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
There's a question.
Hi, good afternoon, Prof. I don't know if I'm going to give a question or a commentary, but I want to say thank you for this session. If I thought I could actually just do a nod, you didn't allow me to. It was very full of passion, the way you actually just coordinated the session. But I mean, that's not for me now to actually make a commentary. But I think for me what was so valuable coming out of this session, it is how each panel member had to think twice before answering. And I was kind of thinking, are you answering, talking to us, or want to give the right question to you, Prof? Because you chastise not only the panel's minds, but also my mind. And I think what I found profound in was the question on the how you're going to talk to the order, to the person that doesn't understand the technical jargon, and we're using this technical language so naturally, you know, and how the panelists had to think on their feet to answer how are we going to, the person in the street, how that person is going to understand what data really means. But further to that, it's also about the open data, you know, and I laughed when you spoke about where you are in terms of innovation and the EU regulation. So the EU also have a policy to say, you know, if you are a researcher, then you must reside in the EU, and they actually, then you can be part of, they're open to do research with you. And the reason why they put that rule in place was, I would say rule and not policy, was because the Chinese abused it, the research in the EU. So they kind of put boundaries in place. So I would like to take the liberty and ask you, so your role as ambassador, your role as an academic, and your role as an ordinary citizen or resident, how are you going to change the EU and make them more innovative and less regulatory?
Yes, I'm really trying so much. And I must succeed because I want my wife to know that I'm working, because she takes what I've said all the time. But you are right, we need to take this language, I mean the language we are discussing as researchers, as people in policy, and completely simplify it for the citizens. It's a shame that we are consuming almost $5 billion worth of chicken from Brazil, from Europe, when we have unemployed kids at home who can grow chicken. And to grow chicken is very simple. But because sometimes we go to negotiate at the WTO without data, we are not able to say no to subsidy, which undermines local production. And without data, you cannot speak sense in such fora. So we actually must move from the very high level and begin to say, how does it help an ordinary citizen? I would want all the national statistic offices to simplify and say which opportunities are available. You know, in Kenya, in areas like Kisumu, which are supposed to be the largest producers of tilapia, the Chinese are selling fish there because they know we don't capture enough to feed the people, so they have to bring it all the way from China and sell it there. So we must get into the culture of data. How much do people consume? How much are we producing? Or very simply, on SDG number 1, poverty, we could take people around and ask people or tell people that even if God had to move his hand to your house, you cannot succeed from half an acre by growing maize. It cannot happen. I mean, I know 2 bread feed so many people, but it will not happen now. Meaning that such person needs something else, like growing chicken on a 1/4 acre to produce sufficient resources to feed the family and pay school fees for the children. This is what we need to begin to say, that the resources you have, this is the only way we can make it profitable for you with the citizens. If we can't reach every citizen, we use AI to send chatbots to show people what to do. And then we finish poverty. Now we just say, oh, you can make a decision on what to do with 1 acre. They grow 4 stems of maize, which they eat in a half a day, and then they beg the rest of the year. So we actually need to begin to think seriously this age of data. How can it help us very simply on the ground? And without doing it, then we have failed.
I'd like to thank the chair of the session, Ambassador Professor Bitange Ndemo, for the lively and picking mind-like question as Zinat has observed to the panelists, and the panelists were richly involved, with in-depth knowledge in their area. And you could see how the issues, the opportunities are coming through we have realized the opportunities within this area, how we are mitigating the challenges. And some take home before I welcome Abby back to give the wrap up. I'm looking at the question of how do we make the data available to the person in the village. And Catherine said something about storytelling. So that tells us that the phase 3 will have very interesting outcome, isn't it? And a story to tell. We are looking at the integration of AI. AI has come up big, and how this can be harnessed. I think there was a question about big data and how Chinese, the chair asked about the Chinese. How do they know that we don't have much fish in Lake Victoria? And they come and bring the fish, which is cheaper, by the way. Where they bring the fish is my village, and it's very much affordable. So what are we doing to make sure that we tap these opportunities, to make sure that investment in data, and who are likely to invest in this infrastructure? I think one of the issues coming out through, and even Aretha, and even what Robert is saying about this, is infrastructure. What Mala was saying, and John also reiterated, is that the investment in the infrastructure, yes, we have the laws, as Professor you have said, but we are not the innovation, local innovation within the continent is not matching with the regulations we are coming with. So these impediments are making it not, it's not making, let me, for the simplest word possible, it's not making it easy for us to adopt even some of the policies. Awareness and awareness of this. Who is aware of this? Is this just at our level, the academics and intellectuals? Who is also aware of what data governance involves? Today in the social media, before you could take your photo, or a teacher would take a photo with the children from school and post them in the social media. This parent did not know that they have to have a consent of the parents, isn't it? So who knows that? Another issue is digital economy as a pathway, especially during the data governance practitioner panel. If we can get data on value addition to the economy and also how much disguised employment, we call them disguised employment within African space, whereby most youths are going through disguised employment, which is not, has not been capitalized, has not been, there is no much money which is being pointed to that, and it's going to influence a lot of GDPs. However, it's a disguised kind of GDP. Most of it is taken as non-market kind of infrastructure in that case. I think there were issues of taxation the other day, digital taxation, and the youths were not happy about it. So I think we have so much to do in our phase 3. Abby, are you getting it? We have so much to do in phase 3, and this house, I'm calling it a house, both online and within the room, will play a big part in making sure that these ideas we have and these issues we are bringing up, opportunities, challenges, and whatever is, we can be able to make sure we harness it. Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to thank all the participants today. Thank you very much for the morning session for synthesis paper, data governance practitioners panel, the parallel paper presentation, and now the policy panel. Without not much further ado, I'd like to welcome Abby to give us a wrap-up of the day. I think I stole some part of his function, but thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much. My job is very easy because I conclude the session. I think I will start with the good news. We have a reception and a cocktail. I think I could have been crucified if I didn't sign the check for this cocktail and reception. We will have immediately after the closing session. But before that, I think, as I see it, the discussion so far we have more questions than answers. Therefore, for sure, we didn't really address the critical nitty-gritties with regards to data governance in the context of Africa. And I am a scholar that to are very, very important to really make justice to this broad church of topics that we have covered throughout the day. I will start with the two very incisive, very important questions that Ambassador Professor were mentioning. One is in relation to the digital payment systems that Arita from Smart Africa. Digital payment systems, yes, very important, implemented in the East African region, and very critical for leveraging the provisions of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And the AFCFTA discussions in relation to the DPS, or the digital payment system, we are discussing it with African Development Bank. So that is a good news, which might lead to help us to address that aspect. But there are a lot of practical problems when it comes to implementing digital payment systems. Another important point that Ambassador Professor mentioned is in relation to what do you really tell to a farmer? How can he or she get information that is very important for development? There are several apps that are developed, for instance, to inform about plant diseases by looking at pigments of leaves, and also how farmers can really sell their produce from their home just by using online platforms. But this assumes that the farmers have a technology and they have also the device that can download the app. But we are very far from this. But these are really very practical problems that when we were listening to the discussions. Point number 3, the importance of institutional frameworks. We haven't unpacked the complex political economy issues. For instance, the delayed ratification at the EU level. That requires a lot of questions to answer. Incentives for data sharing as item number 4. Interoperability was discussed. Culture of data sharing. I know. I will not tell you the country. There is a conversation between Ministry of a revenue authority and a city council. The data was shared, but one doesn't want to sign that they have shared. So this is really a big problem, and it's a practical problem that we are facing in research. Item number 5, practical governance problems and solutions. Trust, cybersecurity, privacy, anonymizing the data, and the harmonization that Professor Mudida mentioned. And finally, maybe just point 6, addressing missing data. Actually, when I was making my own presentation on political economy of data governance, what do you govern if you don't have the data? Is a question that I asked myself. It was very, very important that somebody before me presented this data tragedy that we have. So the first principle is to have a system of data collection, open data for development, in the context of emerging AI and satellite technology and so on. Again, more questions than answers. And finally, it shows that we are putting peanuts into this data governance issue or data policy framework. Long-term commitment, capacity, and there are many countries in Africa with limited statistical capacity or even without an office, which is classified as a statistical office. So I think we should again go back to first principles and find the funding, the technical capacity building, and also for sure the funding at pace and at scale. So with this, I declare this forum is closed. However, I would like to thank the funder, Hewlett Foundation, generously funding different phases of this project. In future, players like BMGF and African Development Bank will be coming, and we are determined. We will really bring a lot of funders and donors, and we don't stop until we get the funding for extending this work in different directions. I also thank my colleague, Scholar, and all the team, Sylvia, Natalie, Diana, Gerard, Lancer, and Maureen. I think these are the backbones. This is my staff. And all of you who have presented the papers, who also have commented on the papers, who chaired sessions, and those of you who came back from a lot of other commitments to be with us for the whole day. Some of you, I know you have just flown back from the IMF annual meetings from Washington, and we are really very grateful that you came. And we will continue the collaboration, and I thank everyone. Last but not least, the hotel staff and also the interpreters who really make things work, and the IT support. And I think with that, enjoy the evening. Let's relax now. Let's not talk about data governance, but have the cocktail. Have the cocktail and we go home. Okay, thank you very much.
Recording stopped.